morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 of the virtual 22nd Annual General Assembly for Lake Babine. It's been a very busy 2 days, lots of great information. On day 1, we had Chief Gordon Alec come in and give us an update, and he's been a very busy man this year. So. And then it went right into the foundation agreement. And thank you to Doug and Betty and Verna, Cheyenne, the 2 negotiators from Canada and BC. Great update on the foundation agreement. A lot of wonderful things happening there since it was signed on September 18th. We continued in the afternoon with a wonderful presentation from our Crown's Referrals Officer, Georgina West, on her and what she's been doing, and a lot of great words, and she used the language, which was wonderful, so thank you to Georgina. Murphy Patrick Sr. then came in, talked about the Native Liaison Program that he works on. They've been very busy making sure, there's accountability within everybody, so great update from Murphy. And then the governance research team came in and had a good update on the survey. Just a reminder that the survey is still available. We can get hard copies to you. The SurveyMonkey link is on the website, so that's out. And then Deanna Nolan did a wonderful update on the Skills and Training Development Program. Lots of great things happening there. Good partnerships with a lot of different programs. Day 2 yesterday, we started off in a good way with the kids doing a prayer for us, singing some songs that was pre-recorded. And we will start the day today that way too. So, I always look forward to the prayers and the songs from the children from the school. So yeah, that will start off today, and they started us off yesterday. Monty did a wonderful update, very full of information. And some of the things I got out of it was the ISK 10-year grant and the FAL, the Finance Act that's been worked on. So lots of wonderful things happening there. So thank you to Monty, the executive director. And then health came in, Emma Palmatier, a lot of wonderful news there. Lots of funding coming through, lots of job openings on child welfare, the collaboration with Burns Lake Band and Chislada around the Burns Lake Motor Inn. That was great to hear. We had updates from her staff, the Associate Health Director, Marilyn, and Brighter's Futures, Debbie West with Child and Family Services Coordinator, Colette is the LBN and CSFS Coordinator, and then we had wonderful updates from the others through video. The first half was we had to figure out some of the technical stuff, so some of the faces were a bit stretched out, but we figured it out thanks to Blake Productions, Matt and Darren. They're amazing. They're behind the scenes. Hopefully we'll get them in front of camera so you can see who we're talking about. They've been wonderful throughout these last 3 days and made it easier for Julian and I. So thank you to Blake Production. They're looking at each other right now. I don't know if they want to come out. And then we had Lucy Campbell and Murphy Patrick Jr. Talk about Justice Program and Blade Runners too. And then Bernard Patrick came in and talked about capital and infrastructure. Lots of wonderful things happening within each community. Tachet with the water plant, and Fort Babine, and town here. So lots of good things happening with Rick Dobbs and asset manager. And the other thing, they're the ones spearheading the EOC and that team. So thank you to Bernard and the Capital and Infrastructure. Housing Director, you guys met Stefan Wilner. They're doing some great things. There's a survey out. That's on the link too, lakebabine.com. The policy is almost ready, so keep your eyes and ears open that there's going to be a lot of community engagement regarding housing and that policy. So keep that up. Keep your ears and eyes open. And then we had a wonderful update from our grant writer, Priscilla Kraus. She did a great, that PowerPoint or her technology skills was amazing. I loved how she included everything, all those pop-ups, and it's important to keep grant writing and getting some more funds flowing to get more programs. So thank you to Priscilla. And then finally, we had our forestry update from Dwayne Kraus. Dwayne did an amazing job and talking a lot about the work that forestry is doing. So there's a lot of good stuff happening there too. And don't forget about the the booklets. There's the main AGA booklet, there's the foundation agreement and natural resource booklet, there's a health booklet, there's lots of booklets out there because there's so much information. They're all on the website, and if you need, please phone the office, email somebody, somebody will get it to you. We'll need mailing addresses, email addresses, anything. We want to connect with you. And that was the day yesterday. That was a great day. We did fall a little bit behind, but it was good. And today, I just wanted to remind everybody that please sign in YouTube. If we don't know who you are, please, if you have Julian has some wonderful ideas for those names like bingo and those kind of names. But if you have those type of names, please put your actual name so you can be put in the draw. There's some big draws happening today. Today's the final day. And for Facebook, Julian will be monitoring the Facebook page for questions and anything. We'll try to get to as many questions as we can today. So yeah, I'll pass it on to Julian. He'll talk about how today's gonna go. So thank you again, and maybe he might go through some rules, just a reminder. So thank you, and here's Julian, my good friend.
Thank you, Darcy. Thank you very much. Okay, yeah, we got our final day here. I'll just give a quick rundown of our agenda for day 3. So first up, we've got Victor Tom doing the economic development presentation, followed by Donna McIntyre. I believe hers is a video presentation about the fisheries business. And then we've got Beatrice Michelle and company, who are going to be giving the education presentation. After lunch, Louise Lacerte will give us a rundown on the language and culture, and Shauna May will cover the early childhood education. After that, we'll have social development with Karen McLeod, and then we'll do a presentation to Darcy and myself. And then the moment that we've all been waiting for, the big main door prize draws. I know there's at least one $500 gift card, so be sure to get your names in for that. Again, if you have a YouTube name that we can't quite figure out, just mention who you are. If you've got your friends and family, your kids, whoever, put your names down there. I see people have been doing that on the Facebook chat. Good, keep it up. Just put them all in there, and then we can get those names. We've got people working behind the scenes, making sure everyone's names who pop up in the chat get entered for the door prize draw. We got $500. Be sure to stay tuned for that, and then we'll close the day with our very own Chief Gordy Alec giving us some closing remarks. And just to quickly go over the rules of the assembly. Rule number 1, any form of violence, verbal or lateral, will not be tolerated. Any person committing an act of or acts of violence will be blocked from the site. Please show respect for all individuals during their presentations, speeches, etc., and ensure that you are actively listening and participating. Moderators, Darcy and I will be upholding these rules and ensure that time is kept accordingly with the items on the agenda. And rule number 4, speakers will be identified by us. And number 5, this is probably the most common one we have to keep in mind, is no personal, personnel, and/or confidential type issues shall be discussed during the assembly. So we still have a little bit of time before Victor's presentation, so we're gonna re-air one of the videos that we played yesterday because not everybody got to see it. It's a video from our own LBN school, some nice cultural singing from the students. So I'm gonna turn it over to our sound tech guys and they will show us that. Thank you.
These students are from Morris Williams Elementary. It's a school run by Lake Babine Nation. They are in grades 4, 5, 6, and 7. Today they're going to perform some songs and do a prayer for you. The students get carrier instruction in our school every day. Their language teacher is Miss Barb Patrick. She does an amazing job with them, and it fills our community's hearts when our kids sing for them. So we're so proud of our students and just happy to share with you what they've learned and what they know. Masaicho, how it say.
Lisa's could I be, and Jane and Nitai, no get I Edward, Gaiti no Nekunde, Lasocha Lahunli, and Doni, Nanesuni, Bacha Icha Donicha Visibidoni. Daddy needs that.
What a great way to start the morning. Thank you to the school, thank you to Jesse, thank you to Barb, and thank you to Bernie and the students. You could see that was pre-recorded. There's no snow in the background, but it's just a good way to start the day. We'll go straight into our first presentation. The Economic Development Director, Victor Tom. I'll pass the mic over to Victor.
Good morning. I'm just going to do a presentation. Chat sakana de desnis do by electric gen say do by electric that's guy business ana on gen is with by electric. The foundation agreement will allow do economic development and then what is that do is that it will by electric. Hatti say Victor Tom Satney, Sanithye Antoine Elizabeth Tom. Sa babe Hainithye and Alec la Lucy Tom. Sanet Hainithye and Moyes la Eulalie Dennis. Jen, Economic Development Director, August 4th, it said Wadistan. Last 3 months, do action, then do businesses, LBN Ata in Johanaklan, Talak Fisheries, Chet Hesley Development Corporation, Fort Babine Development Society, LBN Forestry, any saw Bewebeniklan, any was netless. Guy, LBN, about when Nate when he's a Wakats Kwale businesses had die. So that and Johanzo Blahni Anzo Etadis so do away land Anzo it business LBN about this last work I sakas. Do Pani businesses blahni anzo do LBN so a better wage and anins and la so jan wage and LBN businesses geo own house like any about and then so separate way testless. Do arm's length of what eight as how so seen at then at that so but they were just this it's so just addicts weights and LBN any out own a beast like so economic development ke LBN any an about so other they are so edwards and guys so LBN any businesses are mainly so the business so down when it's D A out businesses yo guy hotana when nil guy Sunny guy listening net when is a wakats kwale jen chak askas la balahne ni so anzo dislas kalat a busy bakaskas so do away that like fisheries anyway and limited partnership ayesne. Allowed the Fort Babine Development Society, the Chetesley Development Corporation, any Etwe also, Berners Lake Native Development Corporation, the Chet Babine which well did that it was it neon in kind in Kadani on Joe Berners Lake or what I only about on a budget the Gio Shaw Gio have board of directors about me have so Danny about yes that they could or business was just undead Joe board of directors different ones but they just gas bars at Osle Takai ta mutat gas bar Fort Babine it I got 1 year or a high chat one task guy be that day in any so a bakaiste and so Jan so I'll be that day local engine that say at one and that is out in Eagles Landing gas bar and touch at what's that it Trapper's gas bar or what name Eagles Landing a guy an on that about 1 year ago it opened on Hosley Soniated due to LBN the finance system because the Sonia and numbers just knows 2013 to 2020 $3,180,085 Sonia sneosat how do one day look at a joriak hat a yuk hat ne a delchak hon le one when we a $6,234,695 it Japan with that is a $3,054,610. It'll check Habazai. Snechalia, a 2008 etnion in 2009 with Ajadil it the Haba Sonia due to an audit statements bakat 2013 to 2019 which on the all $20,162,166 Sonia Neosat he joke had me the guy he joke had me he yuk had a quite $18,990,683. It'll take a bajani in there. Sonia etneosat ne the one dal one Sonia be at $1,171,483. Et qua kay aten atahni wakasawatin le kani abeata ni anyway wakasawan le a show $1,176,886 el takain le et qua jabun sali et $5,400 just when this that I discan the store town that wani a 7 years about quite around because $168,162.56 1 year. Habaka sunye habachate a 7 years it's around it's in there. So this la when he quale years la stakans I there's for quale and here's at the deficit in the sunny sun just inside this gun 7 years so a lodges a ukpik lodge isne about takai years only a young cat and so it yes so what always and so it ozai guy gluncha it nine nail such a so I it I know and so do it's a little and so it's the so so I know that little yeah so I know that little one it business when that what's such a clean the sanitize of that set. Fort Babine Lodge renovation start with a housely there outside good hold in it LBN Foundation Agreement, Economic Development, and quality, that's what these are, quality years, at $15 million, but so the economic development, I believe, is set I discuss sign it out it was first year $1 million but had it just without neck here $2 million believe it just with that year it was $6 million with deep year it was $3 million with late year it was $3 million. Geo starts at $15 million, 5 years, LBN, but so provincial government, I believe that is. It had then it was economic development team at it Sabas Dalis. Could Sakans the knee it so do us name get business so on in eo dalis airways dalis la do business la do because ninja j baka oh no it's on that land do businesses out on Nilqahed, so Ozdak we da do business so adatel, so ninjan be anuk was the datel, wa etwani eto. Kay mande kan so on ana business joe and then just ana and then outside there. Kai di kana nenet ni one solidarity kay and that Albion Development Corporation la kay dan ditni dan be any but la adet the Albion Development Corporation any about the chief and council of the Lake Babine we Sonia but any that just Ditana and its own lad so I so little so confused really. This what is that said qua do as that is I do attend or do businesses industries and what ne no haya Joe abitson that is the hours that cost it qua age of a chat out to cats do I happy Ditney Carlins and the happy business and Dalke Wani a hot habit or cat a habits and that is the Nicola just near just need Osley to work at do businesses so undalke het a begeiste is the guy when acquire a the hours dekas neck net when he's a this what did a do as that is Joe guys dekas the economic development team with Abbas daily so any guy attends and any how so Otsanan and Elka one bad daily the businesses guy businesses that do businesses start daily anyway Sonia so Sonia that is no I know Lake Babine any so benefited that is when he Hatsana and any of that from the start again. Okay, let's do this in English now. First, I'm going to be talking about the do an introduction, and then look at the current structure, business structure, the foundation agreement, and the future economic activities for the Economic Development Department. My name is Victor Tom. My parents are Antoine and Elizabeth Tom. My paternal grandparents are Alec and Lucy Tom. My maternal grandparents are Moyes and Eulalie Dennis. I started my position as the LBN Economic Development Director on August 4th, 2020. For the past 3 months, I have been reviewing all the businesses except Tulloch Fisheries, Chetesley Development Corporation, Fort Babine Development Society, and LBN Forestry. The current business structure, currently there's approximately 25 companies that have been created for the benefit of LBN. Unfortunately, majority of these businesses are sitting stagnant and did not get started. Most of the businesses have the attitude that they are separate from LBN. However, LBN is the owner of all the businesses. They are arm's length from LBN, which means that LBN can't interfere with all the day-to-day stuff. But they're not totally separate from LBN, as some of the people have said. So the economic development should be supporting LBN through own source revenues. Unfortunately now, the way everything is going with the development or economic development businesses and all that, LBN is supporting the economic development. So that's not in the best interest of Lake Babine membership. What it should be doing is there should be enough own source revenues to support LBN and the membership. The Economic Development Department is being supported by LBN. This is what the businesses look like right now. Currently, there's a forestry, there's a fisheries, there's a Fort Babine Development Society, and underneath that is Chetesley Development Corporation. And then there's Burns Lake Native Development Corporation, which is has been around since before Babine Forest Products, or right about the same time as Babine Forest Products started, which is owned by all the First Nations in the Burns Lake area. Now the gas bars, we have 3 gas bars. There's Wadat Gas Bar, which is in Fort Babine, which was started approximately a year ago. Is not very consistent with the store hours and is having an issue in retaining employees. So I'm trying to rectify that right now. Eagles Landing Gas Bar, which was opened approximately a year ago too, which was previously known as Trapper's Gas Bar. The finances taken from the LBN finance system shows that this gas bar had $3,180,085 in revenues from 2013 to 2020, with expenditures of $6,238,695, which left it with a deficit of $3,054,610. So, Snitchalia, this one was built in 2008, and the business started on around 2009. Looking at the audited statements from between 2013 to 2019, the gas bar had total revenues of $20,162,166. With the cost of goods sold, this is the money spent to go buy stuff that to sell, was at $18,990,683. So the profit before expenses was $1,171,483. So, and the cost to run the store was $1,176,886, leaving a deficit of $5,400 over 20 years. Just looking at the numbers about the amount of money bringing in, the amount of money it costs to buy the stuff to sell, and the amount of money that was brought in, that is to me, is a pricing issue that we need to look at. So the amount of money to run the store stayed consistent through the 7 years on an average of $168,000 a year. And the store had a deficit of, in 4 of the 7 years that was reviewed. The lodges, Oak Pig Lodge was purchased a few years ago. It has been left alone and is infested with rats now. It requires cleaning and sanitation before running as a business. So that's an plan, and we are looking at that right now. Fort Babine Lodge had a partial renovation which was started, and due to COVID-19, it has been stopped, and it will be finished. Foundation agreement. This is a lot of stuff that has been talked about. So the economic development shall be getting $15 million over the 5 years. And the first year we're getting $1 million, second year we're getting $2 million, third year $6 million, fourth year $3 million, fifth year $3 million, totaling $15 million. This is the amount of money that's going to be paid to LBN by the province of British Columbia. The federal government part is still going to be being negotiated. With the foundation agreement, we're going to be putting a 7-member economic development team shall be set up to direct and to plan the activities of the economic development department. We're going to do some corporate restructuring so that we can, a lot more people can, well, not really, so that the businesses are run properly. Research and development, looking for opportunities that we can invest in and to create jobs and businesses. Acquisition of businesses, existing businesses is part of it, and creating new businesses. So this is the structure that we would recommend to do so that it doesn't look so confusing, and so that LBN can actually get better control of the businesses and more control over the type of businesses that are started to make sure that they are profitable. Future economic development activities that are being planned is the regional economic analysis followed up by a supply chain analysis to identify business opportunities that LBN can invest their money into. Create a 20-year plan. So the plan will include all the guidelines on investment and how to save or protect LBN's investments. Create an economic development team. This will be a 7-person team that will be directing everything. Restructure all the businesses, to end the businesses to make sure that they are running properly, and also that LBN has a proper control over things. And start creating profitable businesses. I think this is a big thing because, as I said earlier, LBN should be benefiting from the businesses because the businesses were created to benefit the LBN. So I would like to move forward and do a rundown for the employment and training staff, which is Geraldine, Michelle. LBN E&T program services summary is the work safety work gears. There's 16 of them. Mobility is 8. Targeted wage subsidies 63. Individual course purchases is 14. Employment assistance services 16. Geraldine also said one of the big things about that, the effect of COVID-19 on trying to help a lot of people has slowed things going down. The LBN employment and training was able to connect with SecureGuard, one of the main security contractors for the pipeline industry. They assisted in recruiting and setting up the location for 10 participants to take basic security training that was offered and sponsored by SecureGuard. Tracy Smith is an Indigenous Employment Training Coordinator for SecureGuard. She screens applicants and accepts participants that will be eligible. We posted this opportunity on the LBN Facebook Employment and Training page. This training starts next week, November 23rd to 26th, at the Burns Lake Native Development Corporation's Computer Lab. SecureGuard will also be hosting a Zoom training starting November 30th, 2020. The unique part of this training is that you can be anywhere in BC, and the information for the Zoom basic security training was recently posted on the Facebook page. So to get more information on that, get in contact with Geraldine. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Victor. I don't have any questions from YouTube. Just some great comments. Beverly Michelle said Masai no kandak ibetlechtek Masai ne. So she said that, and there was more signing in. So that's all I had for YouTube. There was no questions. Just great comments. Great presentation. I'll hand it over to Julian. He may have some questions from Facebook.
Yeah, there were a couple. There was a lot of positive comments and people saying, well done, thank you for speaking in Carrier. Also, there were a few comments. First one comes by way of Linda Scott. Lake Babine, will there be any supports put in place for off-reserve members or any COVID relief? I would also like to know if members will receive any of the money derived from the signing of the agreement this past summer.
That sounds like a foundation agreement and questions. And I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot that are kind of, a little bit all over the place, given the nature of the virtual AGA. The next question that came in during your presentation, where is all off-reserve money going? We are not getting it. That's from Janine, Kevin, Sutherland, West.
That's a good question. That would be a question that could be directed at the finance and the administration. What we in economic development deals with is they look for opportunities so that we can create jobs and businesses that are profitable and so that they're to a point where LBN's economic development is supporting the LBN, and LBN members are benefiting from the businesses.
Okay. Another question. This one was a little bit out there. doesn't really relate. I just got a question in from Marianne Poirier. How was the decision made for economic development to receive the 15 million?
The decision was to receive the 15 million was negotiated by the negotiations team and signed off by the chief and council. Is what's been said over the previous few days is that the foundation agreement has been negotiated for quite a few years, and LBN has been getting membership, and the foundation team has been working diligently at informing as many LBN members as possible.
Okay. Yeah, and that was the last question that I had in the chat. I'm also posting on here on the chat for people who have related or questions that aren't related to the current speaker. Those will be going to info@lakebabine.com. So please, any questions you have for capital infrastructure or for, housing or anything like that. This is the economic development presentation. So we'll just try to keep our questions to Victor. And again, I'll post it in the chat, the email address that you can forward any other questions to, but that again is info@lakebabine.com. I don't have any other questions in the Facebook chat for Victor. So thank you for your time, Victor. Thank you for presenting both in Carrier and in English for our elders and for our youth watching. So I guess we'll be moving on to our next presentation, which is a video sent in by Donna McIntyre. So we'll turn it over to our trusty Blake Productions team to set up that video. And thanks again, Victor, for your presentation. Oh, actually, one last one. Victor, Marianne Poirier would like to know what your email address is.
Victor.tom@lakebabine.com.
Victor.tom@lakebabine.com.
My direct line at the office is 250-692-4746.
746. Thank you very
I
much.
do have one more question from Jonathan Alec from YouTube. What would economic development look like in the next 5 years? Any business models or ideas?
Within the next 5 years, the Economic Development Department for Lake Babine Nation is going to be a very profitable businesses, and there's also going to be a structure in place how the businesses will be able to operate under, and also the LBN will have better control and more control over the businesses, and the attitude of the businesses shall be that we are here to benefit Lake Babine Nation, and we're going to do our best to make sure that the membership of Lake Babine Nations benefit from all the businesses that are started. So we're switching it from LBN supporting economic development to the economic development own source revenues supporting LBN.
Good. Thank you. And if there's any other questions, we'll forward them to you, and Victor will respond to you via email or phone you. So thank you again, Victor. Great presentation. Exciting news on the economic development front. Lots of opportunities coming up. I know they're working hard. I believe your office is downtown Burns Lake. So yeah, thank you again, Victor. I hope you have a great day. When, like Julian said, we will go straight into the fisheries video. So I'll ask the tech guys to queue up the video for the fisheries update.
everyone. I'm happy to report that in light of COVID, we were able to carry out most of our projects through the Lake Babine Nation's Fisheries Department. It was a huge challenge, but most of all, I am happy that we conducted our projects, and most of all, we were able to keep everyone safe. At this time, I'd like to introduce Tanis, our new Fisheries Administrative Assistant. Take it away, Tanis.
Hi, everybody. Some of you may remember me from when I was a summer student back in 2014. Since then, I've been in Kelowna completing a bachelor degree in business management. I spent all my summers running a huge kids camp program called Camp OC at Okanagan College before taking on the top leadership role at the Bread Company, a little bakery in Kelowna. I did that for 2 years before moving home and joining the fisheries department. So I'm so excited to work with you all, and I can't wait to see you in the office. Back to you, Donna.
And thank you, Tanis. On behalf of Lake Babine Nation Fisheries, I'm so happy that we have this young, brilliant lady who is just so into fish and has just been a blessing for our program. So thank you very much for all of your hard work, Tanis. So we're just going to go through a few of the slides for some of our Lake Babine Nation Fisheries projects. Most of you know them very well. So we'll just carry on with that. The first slide is our Lake Babine Nation's food, social, and ceremonial harvest fishery. This year, we were able to harvest about 52,800 sockeye. This is not our final number, but we are just waiting for a few of the smaller fish camps and cabins around the lake to put those into our database and be able to figure out the total final number. So this is prelim. With that number, I would like to report that it had been many years that Lake Babine Nation Fisheries was not able to harvest enough salmon for the people. So this is a step up, and I hope it can continue. But we will see, and I hope everybody got enough food fish for their winter supply. Our next project is the Babine Stream escapement surveys that we do. So although we counted 1.3 million sockeye through the fence, you can look and see at the graph that the numbers are pretty dismal. I have never seen any numbers like this in my career. Normally when we see dismal numbers, it's because of low water, which means access. The sockeye salmon are not able to go to their natal streams to spawn because the water is too shallow and they can't make it up. So looking at the graph, what is very alarming is the very low numbers and twain, 0 fish. We have this on our radar, and what we're going to be doing is comparing this to the 10-year averages and possibly 20-year averages and try to figure out what happened. Why are these numbers so low? It's so hard to know why they're so low. Like I always say, we can't sit the fish down on the couch and ask them, why did you not go to i.e. Touchet Creek? So this is on our radar and we'll be looking into it. This year in 2020, we were very successful at getting our 2020 smoke program funding through the PSC. But due to COVID and the lack of accommodations at the fence, we were not able to do that program safely. We needed to keep everybody apart, but we did not have enough accommodations, so the smoke program was canceled. I'm happy to report that we do have the new residence building now, and we are going to be working on a COVID plan for smolt program. And we have also just submitted our second stage. So we made it through the first stage. We're on the second stage, where the second stage proposal and budget has come, or has been submitted, sorry. And I'm hoping that we're successful. One of the other events that was canceled due to COVID, most of you know, a very, very exciting event, the Invisible Migration that we call the IME. This would have been our 6th annual event. However, due to COVID, we were unable to have that event. The numbers with this event have been growing exponentially since the first day it started. And with my involvement from the beginning of this first event to how professional it has gone and come to be now has been just so rewarding. We are looking at possibly having a virtual invisible migration event. So more news will come by the end of March when we come up with our fisheries newsletter that we deliver door to door. And you can just keep an eye out for that information, and let's keep our fingers crossed that we could come up with a really cool virtual invisible migration event. So our CDP program, so that's the Community Economic Development Project that used to be our old hatchery program. We no longer have the hatchery and we don't raise fish anymore. We have been focusing on a lot of field projects and education. And one of our most exciting education programs is our salmon in the classrooms. So presently we have coho eggs at the Morris Williams Memorial School Aquarium. And we're thinking probably in the next week, those eggs that are in that school will be at the eyed stage, which means they're safe to move. And we will transfer some of those eggs over to the Fort Babine School. And then what we can do from there is have the children feed the fry, and then come spring, we release them. And it's like a very exciting event for the teachers, for the children, and myself. Another thing that we've been doing over the last few years in CDP, besides the field work, obviously with COVID, we weren't able to carry out a lot of our assessments that we do, but we have had thermographs out there, which are little tiny tidbits that log the temperature each day. So this year, we just downloaded our temperature tidbits mid-October, and we've got that data now to add to our existing data that we've already collected over the last 4 to 5 years. And I'm hoping we can continue collecting all of this data so we can look at if there are any changes and is there anything we can do to mitigate those changes. With climate change, I doubt it. But we have some information, and that's the best thing, is to have the info. Another project that we're working on, because we were not able to have our mobile kiosk, we were not able to have our BC's River Day event, the kiosk over at the Fall Fair, and some of the school events due to COVID. But what we're looking at is having a virtual reality project where youth, children, adults alike can learn about salmon while having a really cool 3D experience. So more news about that will be coming in our Lake Babine Nation Fisheries newsletter in March. In the meantime, we're planning, we're looking at what is the best lessons that people will enjoy and people would love with the 3D. Our fence project this year, as many of you've known, we've run this fence and had the operations for, well, it's been a long time. I'm going to say over 10 years, maybe 19. So if you look at the first graph, it is just the cumulative account of 2020 of the large sockeye. So as you can see, we had approximately 1.3 salmon that we counted through the fence. The second graph on the right shows you the daily counts that we counted through the fence. So looking at that, you can see the peak was approximately, mid-August, and normally we have 3 peaks. This year was so different with the fence project. You can see in the graph on the right, just a tiny little bit of a peak. And then normally, 20 years ago, we had 3 peaks in this graph. And that third peak was our Babine River wild sockeye salmon upper and lower river, our wild stocks that our people, counted on for food. And they have been in trouble. So you can see there is no more not even a tiny little peak in that graph. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. And it was an atypical year of fish migration. One day we counted 111,000 fish through the fence, which has been probably the most fish I've ever seen. We thought we were really great when we were counting 60, 70 through, because we always want to get those fish moving. But this year, 111,000 in one day. All of a sudden, bang, they showed up, and it was wall to wall, and our crews out there worked really hard to move them through as quickly as possible. At this time, I'd like to thank the Lake Babine Nation Fisheries crew for all of their hard work and dedication. This year, not only with COVID, that made things very difficult, we had cold, rainy days, huge high water, rain events. We had atypical fish migration, meaning the fish were not there. And then boom, they were there, and then they disappeared, and boom, they came back. So thank you to all Lake Babine Nation Fisheries crew for all of your hard work and dedication. We're coming to the end of the presentation here, and at this time, I would like to thank Brenda Donas, or we would like to thank Brenda Donas, for her years of outstanding dedication. Brenda has been such an inspiration, and she came with us with all of the expertise by being a fisheries biologist for over 30 years in the Bulkley Valley, and Brenda came to work for us, and we just really hope that Brenda enjoys her retirement, and we wish her well, and we just can't say thank you enough. And at this time, thank you to all of you for listening to the Lake Babine Nation Fisheries presentation. Next, I am really happy and excited to announce that you get to see our debut of our fisheries program video. It has been a few years in the making because we have to have proper light, proper weather, and having the cameras out there when it's not too busy and just picking that perfect time. So sit back and enjoy. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, thank you, Fisheries Department. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Tanis, and good luck to Brenda. She mentioned that there was a video that's debuting. The tech guys do not have that video, so it will not be shown right now. Yes. Right now, I don't have a lot of questions. As you see, Donna is not here. She sent in the video. Whatever questions that are sent will be sent to Donna, and she will reply to you. Yes, and we did get your question from Susie Tress, and I don't see any other ones on YouTube. I'll hand it over to Julian to see if there's any questions on Facebook.
No questions here from Facebook. Just the one that we received via email, which we will have to forward because Donna isn't here. And again, any other questions related to any of the other presentations, as Carrie mentioned on the Facebook chat, can go to info@lakebabine.com. Again, that's info@lakebabine.com. So we're, once again, like day one, we're ahead of schedule by an hour this time. So we've contacted our next presentation, and we're just waiting to hear back if they can come in early. So for now, we're going to have to take you to an extra long break. So go ahead and eat your Wheaties, have your coffee, do your morning yoga, take a nap, whatever it is you want to do. We'll come back at 10:30. We're going to do a half an hour recess this morning.
I just have some updates before we go, Julian. I just wanted to give a shout out to my niece, Phoebe Dennis. Happy birthday. Happy 21st birthday. So happy birthday to my niece. Also, we got message of the amount of main door prizes. We found out it's not one. It's more than one, so
Six.
there's 6 $500 GC draws this afternoon. 5 of them will be for everybody, and 1 of them will be urban members only. So there's 6 prizes altogether. We're excited for that. Make sure you get your name in. You have to put your name on the Facebook page and the YouTube page.
Actually, just to clarify, the 5 will be for each community.
Oh.
So that makes your chances of winning even better, especially if you come from one of the smaller communities. So there's going to be 5 for each community and 1 for all the urban members. So all the names from the chat are being taken down. Please, please, please comment in the chat. You can just say anything, your name will pop up, but if you have family members watching with you, mention them as well, their friends, whatever. You have to be a band member, that's the only caveat, but if you're on YouTube and we can't tell who you are by your Bingo Champion 69 username, then please just mention your name and any people that you have watching with you. And Marianne, I just got your question. Again, we don't have any of the fisheries staff here with us, so we will have to get your questions forwarded. I am copying the questions down here, and I will forward them to the necessary people. But I do remember them talking about, you know, money coming down with the foundation agreement for future education and training. And also Monty said yesterday in his update that there will be priority for people going to post-secondary education that want to come back and work for the nation. So, you know, if you're going to be interested in being an archaeologist or a biologist or whatever for the nation, you'll be higher on the priority list. Whereas if you say want to go to dance school and move to New York or something, then you might be a little bit lower on the priority list. So that's something to keep in mind. There's lots of opportunities. Yeah, so keep the comments, and we will be seeing you again at 10:30. We're doing a longer break this morning because we're quite a bit ahead of schedule. So thank you for tuning in, and I believe there will be a slideshow on the break to entertain you all.
And we looked through the pictures, so.
Yes, we took out the big nah sign, so. All right, thank
Okay.
you, everybody, and we'll see you back at 10:30.
Have a good break. That was a good half an hour break. We're all back. Welcome back. You see the education's getting ready. So in the meantime, we will do some door prizes before we get them on. Thank you. We did find a video for fisheries. Thank you, Donna. It was a lot of running around. And if we have time, we will show it at lunchtime. Looks like a great video. It's on the website now, Lake Babine website, and I believe they say they shared it on Facebook too. And we will show it sometime today. In the meantime, there was a couple more shout outs. Mary Lynn's nephew, Jackson, happy birthday. And Cecile Abraham's son, Morgan, happy birthday to you too. And at the same time, I want to say happy birthday to my nephew, Carter Dennis. He's turning 8 tomorrow. And my sister, Arlene Dennis, she's turning 50 on Saturday. So happy 50th birthday to my sister, Arlie Dennis. So we'll do some door prizes quickly. I'll draw them and Julian will mention them. He has better eyes than I do, and I don't have my glasses. The first
Okay.
two are hoodies.
The first two are the hoodies. Okay, the first winner of a brand spanking new shiny hoodie is Fallon Tom. Congratulations on your new hoodie, Fallon. The next, no wonder you need glasses. These are some tiny names. Rose Findley. Congratulations, Rose, on your new hoodie. The next, I believe, are $25 gift cards. So the next $25 GC winner is Melissa Tom. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, the next winner of the $25 brand new shiny GC, Jonathan Alec.
Oops. Sorry, sir.
That's okay. That's forgivable. Okay, Kayla Williams, congratulations. You won yourself a $25 gift card. I believe they're for... They're Visa
Visa.
gift cards, so anywhere that accepts Visa. The next two are hoodies. Esther McDonald, congratulations. You won yourself a brand spanking new hoodie. And the next winner of a Lake Babine Nation hoodie is Marianne West. Marianne, congratulations. You won a hoodie. So what is that? 3, 6, 7. We got 3 more prizes. I believe they're all gift cards. Oh, nope. The next one is a gift card and followed by 2 more hoodies. So Uncle Henry, oh, the family's getting lucky.
And I'm the one drawing them.
Yes, Petra's not drawing these.
No.
It's Darcy. So Uncle Henry, you won a hoodie, I believe. Was either a hoodie or a gift card? A gift card. These 2 are hoodies. The last 2 are hoodies. Oh, we got another West. I swear this isn't rigged. Brock West, congratulations on the gift card. Or hoodie, sorry. And another hoodie going out to Rob Michelle. Congratulations, Rob. So that concludes this round of door prizes, and there will be more after lunch. And keep putting in those names, your own names, your friends and family's names. They have to be members. Keep putting them in because that will be towards the $500 gift cards at the end of the day. And Donna, we will be showing the video. Bear with us, you know, we're dealing with technical things here. We had it all synced up, but it wasn't working. We've posted the video on the chat a few times, and the video will be also played at lunch, I believe. So moving right along, we're going to go in early to our education department. So if you have any questions, please get them ready and fired up for the education staff here. We've got our own Monty Palmatier, Beatrice Michelle, Katrina Woodgate, Gina Patrick, and our principal, Gary Kluge. So I'm going to turn the mics over to them, and I'll let them decide who's going to speak first. So here we go, education staff. Hookah!
Hadi, besides in guiding honest education by yezdaltak, tabi with these type. Udakle dede chana tadi ninzit la tabi wawnetjet hosli. La naas kak tabi abaya josli. Zio tabi abaya josli. Janeway. Jen dini with habatlista anyway habaya josli the dede cha tabi wauna jetosli. Hi, my name is Beatrice Michelle, and we will be reporting on education for Lake Babine Nation. And I am happy to be here with the education team and Monty, Masai, and I would like to comment that even though we are under COVID-19 pandemic, we are still working with the schools and doing everything we can to protect our students and our communities. Masai? Okay. This one? Nope.
Oh, I think you're pressing the red button, press the green one at the top.
Green.
There you go.
Okay. We're going to start off in a good way with our Morris Williams grade 4 to 7 students saying a prayer. It should be a
Aicha, Donisha, Gusipindoni. Lisa, yes, Ulagi, Njeri, Nitai. No Gensai, Edward, Daisy, no Nakunde. La Socho, Nakunli. Indoni. Nesuni, Bacha, Icha, Donisha, Gusipindoni.
Thank you to our students and the language teacher, Barb Patrick Masai, for working with our students.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, you don't have to end anywhere.
Aicha, Donisha, Gusipindoni.
So we are going to start off with introductions of the education team and the presentation order. The education department overview by myself, Monty, Julian, Gina, Katrina, and then Gary will be reporting on our Geiscock, TWMLC, Fort Babine, and Morris Williams Elementary. And Brenda Michelle is our post-secondary coordinator, and unfortunately, due to medical, she was not able to be here today. So, So we'll start off with introductions by Monty.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us. From my presentation yesterday, you know that I'm the executive director. However, having recently moved out of the education department, I am here to assist in the reporting for this past year and providing the update. Thank you.
Hari Sai Beatrice Michelle Satni. My name is Beatrice Michelle, and I am taking over the great Monty Palmentier, and I look forward to working with all the communities under education. Masai.
My name is Katrina Woodgate. I'm the Education Administration Assistant, and I'll also be presenting Brenda's post-secondary report. Go ahead, Gina.
Howdy, I'm Gina Patrick Louie. I'm the Elementary Secondary Coordinator.
Howdy, my name is Gary Kluge. I'm the principal for all of our 4 schools and a teacher on call most days of the week.
This is the LBN Post-Secondary Education Committee. The 2 council reps are Murphy Abraham and Shane Modine. The Tatchet rep is Chantel Alec West. Nidowat's Old Fort, Evelyn George. Wyoming rep Debbie West. Pinkett Lake Downs Landing, Priscilla Kraus. And we are currently looking for a Fort Babine rep under Chief and Council's direction.
Okay, the slide that you are looking at right now is a budget overview for Education Department. And on the left-hand side of the screen, we've got a summary of the different revenues, the funding that comes into the nation. For elementary, secondary, this funding comes from Indigenous Services Canada. It's in the amount of $4,081,797. And we've also received an additional pot of dollars that we usually don't get, interim block growth, $55,079. Post-secondary this year, funding received is $1,002,356. And we've also received interim block growth of an additional $13,525. We also have been receiving for the past few years post-secondary education enhanced funding, and that this year it's $138,365. Our last year surplus was $6,800, and the next line item is reciprocal tuition. And when we were putting our budget together for the current year, reciprocal tuition, and this is for students that attend Lake Babine schools that reside off reserve. We invoice the province, and in our budget guesstimations, we said 500,000, but in fact, it's going to be over 600,000 this year. And targeted funding that we received from the First Nation Education Steering Committee and the Schools Association include funding for special education and language and culture, a total of $342,462, and these are funds that come in for our Lake Babine Nation schools. So our total revenue is $6,140,384. And now, we also do have additional proposal-driven dollars that we receive that are not in this budget, but these are, because they're proposal-driven, we don't know what our revenue is until we start moving into the year. And so there are additional dollars that usually and do come in addition to what is up there on the screen in front of you. Now, with education program expenses, education administration is $903,822, and I do need to mention that the bulk of, the expenses, like there's about 400,000, so almost half of that education administration expenses are the administration that goes to Lake Babine out of the funding that we receive from INAC. Our Ted Williams Memorial Learning Center, our expenses are $8,250. Wyoming Secondary, $29,650. Fort Babine Elementary, $338,004. Morris Williams Elementary, $1,681,628. And I also always like to remind folks that the funding for Morris Williams Elementary comes out of the elementary secondary funding that we receive from ISC, Indigenous Services Canada. The dollars that are now earmarked for Morris Williams Elementary is the amount of dollars that would have gone to the school district, but now that we have a growing school, those dollars are staying within the nation. Now, for our non-federal elementary secondary, and this is for students that attend the public schools, as well as our room and board program, it's 1.752 million. And our post-secondary education is, the expenses is 1,161,046. Our total expenses are 5,874,876. We have a contingency of 265,508, and that contingency does go down because our expenses do fluctuate. So, we always try to make sure that we have a contingency so that, any expenses that do arise, we are able to cover them.
So this is our LBN education staff amongst the LBN schools. We have an inter-school principal and a vice principal in Wyoming. We have a principal in Fort Babine. We have an education executive assistant. We have over 10 teachers, 11 education assistants, 3 bus drivers, 3 custodians, and 2 specialists. And there are more additions with new staffing. And I'd like to welcome Sheila Kavanaugh to Fort Babine. And we have some new staff with Morris Williams Elementary.
Mm-hmm. We also have a new custodian in Fort Babine, Peter Williams Jr.
Yep.
In Burns Lake here in the grade 1-2 class, Rosalie McDonald has moved into the Language Center for Research. And so we have Susan Russell and Charisse Willito, who are teaching jointly in the grade 1-2 class. Who else do we have? We have a new bus driver. We have 3 PAs, so these are specialized personal assistants for children who are autistic, designated autism in our classrooms. And so that's Erin Alec, Ariane Wilkes, and Bernie Wall. Thank you very much. Masai.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay. Hi, everybody. As you know, my name is Julian Brown. I also work in the education department aside from co-hosting the AGA. I'm working on the First Voices project right now. It's still in the development phase, but bear with us. We are building it as robust as we can. And the community will know about this when it is ready to be presented. We'll do a big community sharing event, and we'll be doing also a call out at some point for contributors. But I was asked to speak to the slide on the presentation. So our Lakes District Secondary School graduates this year, as you see on the screen, are Layla Adam, Kiera Alec, Tej Kraus, I don't know if I said that right, sorry, Tej, Clarice George, Sebastian George, Ethan George, Aaron Joseph Jr., Jonas Lagmoadier, pardon me if I butchered that as well, Blake Abraham, Thomas Plazway, Marcus Tom, and Jaden Peters. Congratulations to all of you, our LDSS graduates. I hope that you carry on to post-secondary or trades or be a rock star, whatever you want to do, follow your passions. And the Babine Elementary Secondary School graduate for this year is Hartley George. Our Prince George and Interior/Lower Mainland graduates are Stuart Brown from Merritt, Aaliyah Fortin from Vancouver, and Joshua Patrick from Vancouver. So congratulations again to all of our high school graduates this year. The world is your oyster.
Masai Julian, congrats to the class of 2020.
One thing that I would like to also mention is that there very well could be additional graduates who reside, in, the urban areas. And unless we hear from the students or their family, we don't always know who our graduates are that reside away from Lake Babine Nation communities.
Masai? This year's LBN Annual Education's Chief Awards recipients are WKE Leah Jack, Decker Lake Elementary School, Shea Woodgate, LESS, Tej Kraus, Babine Elementary Secondary School, Morgan Abraham. And I'd like to mention that these students are selected by the schools. And we hear from the schools, and that's how the recipients are selected. Masai?
And we have the following 2019-2020 post-secondary education graduates. For master's graduates, we have Marilyn Joseph Williams with a Master of Business Administration from Simon Fraser University, bachelor degree with Kirsten Martin, a Bachelor of Tourism Management at Capilano University, Sage Lacert, Bachelor of Gender Studies at University of Victoria. Diplomas, we have Lucy Alec with a Social Worker Diploma from College of New Caledonia. And for certificates, we have Braden Puglis with an Electrical Foundations Program certificate at College of New Caledonia. And we also have, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it has been very challenging on our students. And most of the institutions have had interruptions in their programs, and most have moved to online learning. We have been doing our very best to stay in touch with the students and offer support during the pandemic. We are very proud of the students continuing their studies during this time, and once again, congratulations to all the graduates.
Masai, Katrina?
Thank you. Hadi ats hunzu tla yisnikat tla jozu. Sai Gary Klugi Sadni tabi Hanastain J Nui Abamudi Haslili tla Hubutle. Masai Dai Gordon Alec tla Dai Hayitla Tani tla LBN Atani. Masai Nuskat Dits Niruten Chudatle Bea Tsabatuli. Nje Hunzu Skak Niruten Chudatle Bea Jubis Ditle. Good morning on this beautiful and snowy day. My name is Gary Kluge. I'm the principal of the school and a teacher in our schools as well. Thank you, Chief and Council, for organizing and allowing us to speak and report to the communities. And thank you, parents and grandparents and community members, for really trusting us and believing in us and sending your children to our school, where we are committed to ensuring their safety and their ongoing education. I'm here to report on the 4 schools that we have. Can you hear me? Not at all. Okay, thank you. This is the way. You can't see it, but I've got all kinds of safety stuff in front of me here. This is the way. So good morning. Thank you. Reporting on 4 schools, Kaiskak, or Ted Williams Memorial Learning Center, Fort Babine Elementary, and Morris Williams Elementary here in town, and Fort Babine in Witat, Fort Babine. The slide you see in front of you is a quick summary. I guess I'm reminded of the song that you don't know what you've got until it's gone, and so this is a reaching back to last fall and going into March 23rd, when basically our schools shut down. And so we lost that, and we really lost that freedom, and really our hearts were quite sad and broken in terms of not being able to spend the time we want to with our students. And we've worked really hard in the last 5-6 months to A, maintain those programs, and B, ensure that we were prepared to return to schools with clean sanitization processes and COVID protocols in place. And really, my hat's off and my heart out to all of our staff who have done an amazing job in the last 6 months to do that, to maintain programs and to really take the challenge on, particularly a big challenge in our buildings, many of which are quite old and if not dilapidated in some ways. Kaiskak Wyoming Secondary, Ted Williams Memorial Learning Center, are essentially my schools, personally, and run by education uncertified teacher Tian Kluge. She spends her days there between 4, 6, 8 students. Right now we have a few students who are returning back to us to ensure that they have some upgrading, as well as a few who are continuing on with a different education. Right now we're teaching primarily through connected classrooms, which is a process through FINESC. So we have a teacher who is dropping in from another community. The course right now is Indigenous Studies 12, as well as other courses that are being taken on the side. So that school in particular, like 2 other schools, Wyoming Secondary School is in the First Nations Schools Association school certification process, a required process by ISC and by us to ensure that we are certified, which means that we can, graduate students from Wyoming Secondary, and that the courses that we offer are credited courses and certified and will be accepted by high schools if students return back to other high schools or post-secondary institutions across British Columbia. So the connected classrooms really is from grade 8 to 12. Right now our students are in grade 10 to 12. Graduation certification, the adult graduation dogwood is available, as well as the regular dogwood through our school as well. The First Nations Schools Association project this year for us is a grade 12 course outline by First Nations authorized course from the BC Ministry of Education and through FINESC and FNSA. So we're developing a course for grade 12s around Batlats and really trying to make that a accredited locally developed course. And also continuing on completing course outlines and overviews, which are ongoing from grade 8 to 12, most probably looking at about 8 to 10 courses per grade. So a number of, a lot of courses to manage there. Below that, you'll see Fort Babine Elementary School, and that is in Watat, Fort Babine Elementary. New principal, welcome, Sheila Kavanaugh. Sorry, misspelling, it's a C for Kavanaugh, not a K. And returning teacher, Winnie Smith. So Sheila's in the intermediate grades and the principal of that school, and Winnie is the primary teacher, and really is a blessing and a relief for us. Last year we were struggling with ensuring staffing and making sure that we had great instruction from day to day, and I know that's the case now. Language teacher and educational assistant Dorothy Williams, and new custodian, as said before, Peter Williams. The focus on the program there's 2 parts that are really important. One is that the fluency of language in Fort Babine Elementary is about 75 to 90% per day. Dorothy is in the classrooms and repeats everything that is spoken by the teacher in Carrier, and continues to speak only Carrier to children throughout the day for most of the instructions that she has. So that's a really powerful part of the programming that is there. We've also made sure that we've supported our parents and families in terms of nutrition, because we just were not able to maintain a cook or a cooking program in that school, and so we've passed that on to parents, and so we provide them with financial supports to make sure that they have the financial needs for breakfast and lunch. We still provide snacks and other supports, but we're really making sure that they have that in-house for themselves. Also made sure that, and we're really lucky, again, to have Peter Williams Jr. there as a custodian, who's really taking his job immensely seriously, and the tremendous amount of work in the summer to prepare the school for starting up and with all the COVID requirements that we have. We provided that school, as well as Morris Williams Elementary in town, with our quote-unquote Ghostbusters, which go on our backs and basically use a sanitization process for sanitizing after the schools are cleaned. In Fort Babine, that's Peter Williams, he does that. And in town, we have somebody who's paid to do that at the end of the day, so around midnight, that is done each and every day. On the right-hand side, you'll see really just a number of notes. Again, reaching back to March, the COVID preparation. Within a few weeks, when we realized we were going to be shutting down the schools, A number of staff were laid off. Our instructional teaching staff were maintained and provided at-home learning packages, ongoing support. We jumped into the Zoom world very quickly and made sure that we could connect with families and with each other on a day-to-day basis, and really tried to push that ahead. It was a challenge, a real challenge. We had a number, 25, 35 iPads that went home to parents to make sure that they could support their children in connecting with us, and as well as the paper and pencil materials that went home. Quite a challenge. Moving into the summer, we had summer programs, made sure that we had COVID distancing and sanitization processes there, and really made sure we tried to ensure that we had some reading and math programs that were continuing on through the summer. In Fort Babine, that looked a little bit different, but it was similar, and also passed on some of that funding basically to parents and families to make sure that they could get some of the resources that they needed for their children. Nutrition program here was cut back a little bit when we started in September. We do hot lunch. We've just started with breakfast again. We're just really ensuring that every time we take a step forward with contact from outside classrooms, that we're doing that in a safe and sanitary way. The programs that we offer continue to be all those research-based programs that we've been providing for years, Read Well, Saxon, a number of reading programs and math programs that are coming up. And really exciting to see a lot of staff really maturing in their instructional capacity and their ability to work as teams, and really, as I work as a TOC in classrooms, it's really refreshing to see that commitment and that attention to really making sure that children are learning in a good way. Programs, policies are being developed, and the staff meetings, again, we met in the spring through the whole initial COVID period on a day-by-day basis through Zoom. And it was a bit of an irony, which was as a campus-style program, we're quite separate. You all know that we have portables, and we don't get to see each other that often. And so it was, when we were starting to Zoom on a day-to-day basis, it was the first time we'd actually talked to each other on a day-to-day basis since the beginning of the school's kind of inception. And that was really refreshing, and it actually kind of brought us together as a team. That happened at Kaiskak, that happened at Ted Williams, and Fort Babine. I think if we could move to the next slide. I was told I get a bonus if I can do this in 10 minutes. Somebody said. First Nations, FNESC, First Nations Schools Association, and First Nations Education Steering Committee, really the guiding ship of First Nations advocacy in British Columbia for over 20 years. And we do proposal-based projects with them every year, well over $500,000 of money that's basically into the school and back out, sometimes in services and sometimes in equipment. Really important for us, First Nations Schools Language and Culture grants, innovations in education this year with LBN School Indigenization Project, a huge project that we're using to help our staff and really interrupt colonialism in the curriculum and the instruction that we have in our classrooms. First Nations Schools Assessment and Certification at Waioni Secondary School this year, at Fort Babine Elementary School this year, and at Morris Williams Elementary School. So we're assessing 3 schools this year, so it's a tremendous amount of work by the staff and by community, as well as education folks in the staff. The Cooperative Education Grant is there this year again, a Maker Way set, which means we're trying to create basically a carpentry shop and make sure that we can teach our students how to use tools and create pieces that we need and that they want to see in our playgrounds and around our schools. First Nations authorized course innovations. I'd mentioned before, special education program, a huge part of our day-to-day instruction with well over 35 to 40 students with IEPs in the school and needing really specific and specialized plans for their learning goals each and every day. High-cost additional funding for those students who have additional support needs. Connected classrooms, as I said, for the grade 8 to 12s in the Waioni Secondary School. Technology equipment this year, we're receiving equipment for our servers to support that, COVID grants, which were huge in terms of being able to prepare us for just the tremendous amount of work that needed to be done, thousands of masks, gallons and gallons of sanitization, and the 2 Ghostbusters cost us $5,000, as well as the spray that goes with that. So lots and lots of materials that needed to be purchased and prepared, and all the signage that needed to be done to get prepared for our schools. We're receiving right now 3 smart boards in our schools, which will be arriving any day. And then a different kind of process on the side, drums, which is a way that we keep attendance and track courses provincially, and that's shared with the ministry and with other schools. Speech and language therapy, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. Sorry for the misbite. There's a PT and OT in there. So the next slide really.
Okay,
Next slide.
I just wanted to mention that the indigenization project that Gary's talking about involves Dr. Dustin Louis, and we're proud to have him come to our schools, and he will be coming on the next Prody Day, but it will be via Zoom. So I'd just like to thank Dr. Dustin Louis for working with our schools. Masai.
And 3 other pieces on that previous slide, not to go back, but New Relationships Trust. We're in the middle of doing CAT testing right now, which has been the marking of which and the data that comes back is paid by FNESC and FNSA, and many Pro-D activities for our staff as well.
Gary, what is CAT testing?
What is CAT testing? Yeah, it's got nothing to do with meows for sure. Canadian achievement testing. So it's a standardized test. Pedagogically, we really have a good discussion with staff about how that works. And to make sure that it's done in a really caring and compassionate way. We want to find out exactly where our students are in terms of other student learners in British Columbia and across Canada. Particularly right now, we have a lot of testing that we do and a lot of assessment in programs to make sure we really understand on a day-to-day basis where children are and what the next step to learning is. CAT testing gives us a bigger picture, and we need that this year, particularly now. We normally only do that testing in the spring, but the students have been away for 6 months, and we're really trying to pinpoint exactly where our energy needs to go to make sure that the instructional time that we have with them is being done effectively. So the Morris Williams Elementary, this is the school in Burns Lake. Located at Wyoming, the school, we have 75 students registered, and all of our 1 class is operating at full capacity. And we limit those classrooms to 15 because of the actual physical space. This year, quite a challenge with COVID in terms of trying to make sure seating and all the processes around that make it a safe and caring space for students, and that we can carry out COVID protocols. Noticed an increase in attendance this month, and this is a report back from September, as more families now started to feel comfortable sending their children. So the first couple of weeks, low attendance started to build up into October, as I think families started to feel really comfortable with what was happening in the schools. Core programs are all up and running, with students receiving carrier language instruction every day. Our school provides learning programs targeted to each child's level with a great deal of small group and one-on-one support. All staff are required to abide by our COVID reopening plans. And while this caused many adjustments, our staff is providing very adaptive and putting the safety of our schools and community first. Our school is also working on numerous projects this year to increase carrier language use and to infuse Lake Babine Nation knowledge and pedagogies being ways of teaching and learning, into our education program. We have been working with Dr. Dustin Louis from the University of Calgary over the first term, and our staff has really enjoyed and responded to that process immensely. This year, 3 of the schools, as mentioned before, are undergoing school assessment. The process provides us an opportunity to build a school growth plan with input throughout the school community. By completing the school assessment and continuing our standing as First Nation schools, certified schools, we ensure that we're able to access reciprocal tuition from the province of British Columbia, which is funding from BC for students attending our schools who live off reserve. And historic for us this year, where an ongoing battle with with ISC to include all of the students who we think were eligible for that reciprocal tuition have in fact been checked off, and that provides us with more funding there. I believe that's it for me. Masai Cho, I would say, Uniceplas.
Masai Gary. So where are we going? We are back. We are hoping to plan for we are going to plan, for a new school as per AGA Resolution 2014, moving forward with Richard George, Allison Olney from ISC, Indigenous Services Canada, followed by a feasibility study, design stage, and construction.
With this grant?
Yeah.
Okay. On Monday, which was the 16th of November, Dee Dee and I had to pound out a very swift proposal for a grant to the First Nation Education Steering Committee and the First Nation Schools Association. The grant is specifically for a governing authority to be developed for Lake Babine with Lake Babine. And this is closely aligned with what has been laid out in the foundation agreement. As I'd mentioned yesterday, the foundation agreement is based on title and rights for Lake Babine, and jurisdiction is a key part of that. Now, FNESC itself, the First Nations Education Steering Committee, has been working on education jurisdiction for several years now. And we are at the stage, and especially now that we have got our long-term plans laid out in the foundation agreement to move forward with education jurisdiction, this is the first stage of that. In this project, we will be finding out if we're getting the dollars for that, to be able to move forward, working with community, working with, leadership, and, developing an education authority for Lake Babine.
Masai Monty, earlier in our presentation, Julian also mentioned First Voices. Prior to my new position as the education director, I did work in language, and I had help with my colleague Gina, and we applied with First Peoples Cultural Foundation. Thank you, Monty. Pardon me. We applied for these funds in 2019. So we are in our second year with First Voices and digitization with First Peoples Cultural Council. And I have an agreement with Louise, as she is the Language and Culture Director, that I may complete these programs. With the help of Julian, we have been doing some recording in the community, and we have been accessing pre-digitized documents related to language and culture that we are preparing for First Voices, and we are hoping to showcase First Voices in 2021. That is our plan. But due to COVID, we have had some setbacks where we could not go out and utilize our knowledge holders and elders because we'd like to keep them safe. So we are doing what we can via technology, and we're moving forward as best as we can within our abilities, and continuing on with First Voices and digitization. Messiah Julian, for all your work.
Soy Beatrice. Before Monty and Beatrice speak on the local education agreement, I wanted to mention that we held our virtual education awards on July 8th for students who attended public school in Burns Lake, Decker Lake, and William Conkin and LDSS. Due to COVID pandemic, we celebrated the annual awards online, and Julian mentioned the grad list, and also Monty mentioned that we won't know who all the students are that are Lake Babine Nation graduates unless you contact us at our office. And also Beatrice mentioned the students, the Chiefs Awards recipients. I also wanted to mention the students that receive perfect attendance. Perfect attendance is important to us as many students miss out a lot on school, on their education, and end up not doing well. But we have more and more students that are getting on our list for perfect attendance, and we are happy to say that we had close to 50 students this past year that we recognized for perfect attendance. And also Babine Elementary had their virtual awards on July 9th. And Beatrice mentioned the Chiefs Award recipients, and for Bess was Morgan Abraham. And we also worked with Carrier Sakani and Frontier College in the past year to bring a reading and recreation summer reading program. However, because of COVID this year, the program didn't run, but the CSFS still provided kits to some of the children in all three communities. And I'll hand this over to Monty now for the LEA.
Okay, I will speak to a few key points of the local education agreement. And essentially this agreement is between Lake Babine and School District 91. And this is for the provision of education services from the school district to Lake Babine Nation learners. The local education agreement is a requirement that Lake Babine has to have in order to ensure that our education funding does flow from Indigenous Services Canada. For many, many years, Lake Babine has had a year-to-year local education agreement, and it really became more of like a rollover document, a funding flow-through document, and I really do want to at this point also acknowledge the leadership of the school district Aboriginal education principals, including the former ABED principal, Calvin Damaris, and especially Leona Prince, who is the current ABED principal for School District 91. And Lake Babine has been pushing for a multi-year local education agreement that has more teeth to it, more accountability to it. And with Leona's leadership, we had working groups throughout last year in crafting a local education agreement for all of the nations that the school district serves. And this past, September, Lake Babine did sign off our 5-year local education agreement with September 2019. Lake Babine signed a 5-year local education agreement with School District 91. And You know, the First Nations Education Steering Committee were also very helpful with this in providing a template for a multi-year local education agreement. Now, one of the things that we've always had in Lake Babine's local education agreements has been a clause for, there's fancy terminology for it in the local education agreement, but in my plain English, I call it the strike clause. And so when the school district has gone on strike in the past, Lake Babine Nation has withheld tuition on a prorated basis for every day that Lake Babine Nation learners did not receive educational services. So each day, and you know, this year we're paying the school district over $15,000 for every student that is enrolled in School District 91. And so you divide that by the number of days. And what we have always done with, you know, the funds that we have withheld, we have put those funds into a separate pot. And when we have, you know, learners within the schools who are on Lake Babine's nominal roll, you know, if there are expenses that are outside of, you know, what Gina is able to provide, you know, whether it's field trips, whether it's, you know, different fees, what have you, that are not usually covered, we are able to cover those expenses out of, you know, this pot of dollars. And, you know, we have not had a strike for a few years now, so that pot of dollars is diminishing. Now, the other really key piece to this agreement, which really addresses accountability, is that, you know, the dollars follow the students in this new agreement. So if we have students that leave, you know, School District 91 for any reason whatsoever and they're no longer attending, our payment is prorated to only pay for the time that they are in school. And it's a reciprocal kind of arrangement. So say, for example, and we have had this in the past, if students who attend Lake Babine Nation schools transfer over to the school district, then, you know, the dollars, the tuition dollars will follow that student, and we will be paying the school district for those students, rather than, you know, what has been the long-standing practice, nominal roll, which is the head count of you know, First Nation students as at September 30th. And, you know, depending on the numbers, multiply that on, you know, the block rate for each student. And as I'd mentioned, it's over 15,000 this year. Then Lake Babine pays for the entire year of a student, even though they may leave, you know, the school, you know, shortly after, you know, September 30th or any time throughout the school year. And so, you know, this has been a very long-standing bone of contention for Lake Babine and for First Nations around the province. And I do need to let folks know that it did take some pushing. And I'm really thankful for the nations that sat with Lake Babine across the table from School District 91 in coming to that kind of wording, that kind of clause within Lake Babine's local education agreement. You know, so as I'd mentioned, it is a 5-year agreement. So, and again, I do need to also, like any agreement, it is a 5-year agreement, but there are clauses within the agreement. You know, if at some point either party wants to move out of the agreement, there are clauses for that. So it's good that we have it, but it is something that, you know, it is not locked in stone, so to speak, but really pleased that Lake Babine is finally, you know, has the kind of agreement that we've been advocating for decades.
Messiah Monty. That is an awesome agreement, I have to say, and I think it's a great step forward for our nation and the future of our students. Messiah. So we are moving forward to honoring Montgomery Charles Palmentier. He is the former education director of Lake Babine Nation. Monty started working for LBN in 1992 and has been working in different capacities within education. Monty's journey started with LBN when he was hired to teach and co-principal at our Fort Babine Elementary School. Monty stayed in Burns Lake and began working as the director of TWMLC, Ted Williams Memorial Learning Center, where he taught many courses and supervised a staff of 4. He moved on to being the director of education and also managed other positions within LBN. Monty is the forefather of education for LBN, a great strong pillar of delivering good quality education for the citizens of Lake Babine Nation. Through Monty's hard work and dedication to education, many programs arose to benefit all students. I would like to mention a few, as most of it is on the screen. TWMLC Learning Center, Geiskak Higher Learning Center, Blade Runners. My favorite, the Developmental Standard Term Certificate, because I was a part of that group. He literally pulled me out of Babine Forest Products and forced me in the classroom. Thank you, Monty. And also Morris Williams Elementary School, that is K-7 right now. And we are in the new school for Fort Babine Elementary. Also, all the buses that operate for LBN, Messiah Monty. He has sat on many boards with FNESC, FNSA, Ayala, FNEC, and worked with many, many educational institutions to advocate for LBN education. Also with the School District 91 and School District 54 Aboriginal Education Council. Monty has worked with Louise Lacerte, Yolanda Spence to build programs like TWMLC and the Wyoming Daycare. Monty has also taught on many levels of education with different educational institutions for LBN students. And I also have a letter for Montgomery from the Royal We. That's what the Education Admin Department is called, the Royal We. We wish to bid you adieu from the Education Department. Although you are not going very far, but you have, after many, many years, moved on from the Education Department. You have been a great mentor, supervisor, friend to all of us over the years. You entrusted us to run the most important program, education, for Lake Babine Nation alongside you. You gave us room to carry out our duties and projects with your trust. We'd like to think we did our best over the years in achieving many deadlines, completion of projects, and even volunteerism for anything to do with the nation's people. You have made us want to do better for our band members through your vision and dream for the Lake Babine Nation and Aboriginal, Indigenous, the correct terminology of the decade. Education in general has been your passion. It has been frighteningly exciting for us to forge ahead with the tools, experience, and dare we say expertise. There will never be anyone that can speak so eloquently as you do, you have, about Aboriginal education that you have left with us. We will always do our best as the Royal We. We are sad and happy. Sad that you are no longer our boss, but happy you are able to grow and take on the challenges to help the nation to continue to grow as we move forward. We know that you will do an amazing job in your new role. with much appreciation and respect the royal we. And the royal we is Gina Patrick Lewis, Brenda Michelle Joseph, and Katrina Woodgate. And I'd like to thank Monty from the bottom of my heart for training the staff that I am currently working with. I can't imagine going ahead with education with how strong the staff is. I'd like to, and Gary Kluge too, Miss Sai Gary. I am happy to move forward with education. And I wanted to say that when you are approaching the education staff, like the health department has mentioned yesterday, I'd like to comment on Ray Alex comments about how you speak to staff. I wanted to say, Negusli is habalyohtek. Di has kaya balyohtek e ba et odohni. Andini nach beata wagus habihlai. Hatsana han etan etzella. Negusli is habalyohtek. Et katzeh di etan nis beltizdarie. And I just mentioned that I would like people to speak to the education admin team and the educators within our schools in the district also to speak with respect to the educators and the staff, because we'd like to create a relationship, a positive relationship to move forward with education, because at the end of the day, it does take a community to raise a child, and that's what that is our goal, to raise children with a good education, good quality education. And that is my message to everyone listening right now. And I also want to say, Ms. Sai, Monty, for everything you have done. And Gary will also speak to his thoughts about Monty. Thank you, Gary.
Masai Beatrice, and welcome. Monty, an honor, an amazing honor, and an amazing honor for speaking on behalf of our staff, our children, our parents, and our everybody in the community. As Monty moves upstairs to be the new executive director, we really do raise our hands to the immense contribution he has had to the growing LBN education, to imagining and creating a school system, to nurturing our staff, and to affecting students, our families, and the nation, and in fact the province of British Columbia in so many ways. I first started working with Monty way back in 2001. Of course, he's been here for longer than that. Like now, it was a time of tremendous change in the world following the 9/11 attacks in the Twin Towers. It was a time of transformation. And I was really overjoyed to have Monty as a calm and focused boss, the director of education, as I began teaching at Kaiskak, which was one of his many brainchildren projects. Kaiskak was intended to fill some of the many gaps and cracks in the Burns Lake and BC education system that our children, youth, and adults were falling through in record numbers. He could see the needs of adults and at-risk youth and worked tirelessly to grow great places of learning for them. At that time, the TWMLC adult program, Kaiskak Learning Center, the Morris Williams Preschool, which became the Morris Williams Kindergarten, and the Wyoming Daycare were all motivated to support children and families while reinforcing carrier language and culture. Fort Babine, Watat Community School, and Tatchet School were also moving along with his vision under his leadership. Monty's powerful advocacy for building Netaten education institutes that push to uphold the potential of and lift up the education and work opportunities for Netaten people has been tireless. He has loved to say and do, working at top speed meant working with his hair straight back at all times. Amazing. I need to apply, need it 10, running and working so fast. I imagine him always as a vibrant and tireless juggling and dancing hoop dancer. His guidance with Ted Williams Memorial Learning Center and the DSTC program resulted in dozens of adult graduates. and a cohort of LBN graduates, including Beatrice and many others who continued to university to finish their Bachelor of Education degrees. While they were at university, he started the process of expanding a new Morris Williams Elementary School from ground up, with the first grade 1-2 and then adding grades each year until finally a K-7 school was in front of us in 2014. He provided opportunities for Netaton teachers to return and to teach, and so many Netaton parents to become increasingly skilled education assistants, personal assistants, bus drivers, security, supervisors, cooks, and custodians. Today, LBN schools are fully operated by 90% Netaton LBN Netaton citizens, which is an exceptional achievement not only in British Columbia, but across Canada, if not around the world. One of the most powerful tools that we have to develop institutions and build our communities is education. Monty worked tirelessly again each and every day to find and protect the funding, the precious bear grease that makes the schools and educational projects possible. His support of managers, staff, and teachers in developing a truly Netaton education-based system has always been premised on an open door and good words of support and encouragement, almost without fail, and encouraging and supportive, yes, do that. I remember Monty's work in the FNSA board, the Finesse board, and so many other BC institutions as a powerful, respected, and sometimes appropriately feared speaker and thinker, always advocating for inventive, creative, honest, ways of supporting education for our children. Thank you, Monty, for the immense support. Thank you for the advocacy for all of our learners, for honoring our communities, families, and children. Thank you for being a true visionary and defender of First Nations control of First Nations education for all LBN. In addition to your LBN schools work, your daily efforts in supporting families and learners in the public system and the post-secondary education system is equally successful, and yet another many chapters in your life. Outstanding and amazing. Today, Monty, you leave countless legacies that will stretch far into the future. Masaicho. Today we celebrate and cheer you. As you leave this large legacy of lifelong learning, of Netaton Institutes of Learning, of valuing the role of education and lifting community. This is a living, breathing testament to your commitment to build and sustain educational institutions by and for First Nations, Netaton territory, and citizens throughout BC. Masai Cho Monty for holding our learners of all ages up and clearing the path forward. I'm reassured and comforted by the fact that you are still so close, and that you will continue to support the next steps by building amazing institutions, including a new school for us, amazing news, in the next steps to building amazing institutions for our families and children far into the future. Monty Palmatier, hair straight back, a brilliant burst of laughter, hoop dancer and protector, negotiator, writer, orator, storyteller. Father, thank you for your family, for giving us all your time. On behalf of all of our staff, thank you for your leadership in this journey. Masaicho, Tabi Sunte. See you Monday. Masai.
Masai Gary. Gaijin Tabi Honestai den nach Mutig Cha. Adan alzu nach Beyin le. Chilcoten Nation Messiah but Disney den Monty nach Beata nach Be Lake Babine Nation Beata aber das nicht Honestai Gaijin Jen nach Zuste Alzi nach Yeltek la Naelni Eden sa Daniel sa Adahtil Naelni sa Skatscha Masai Bedesni the Judah la Tebi with these type Naes Kakababe Etzetni any haban hababe Yetzeltek any hababe etzetta. The Judah la be with these type la kai wauna jet hosli di dede cho no tati ninzet it outak skak habe is daltek outak school dalil ngan Dr. Bonnie Henry at ni sa school dali it nahti handai hosli au sa ohli noh le tanehkas la kai mask we biochten Dr. Bonnie Henry uzi hulzai it saat datil class da will be on and Messiah. We are presenting Monty with a traditional basket, and we have honored Monty at the Virtual Education Awards also back in July. But today is also a special day because I'd like to continue to honor Monty for the work that he has done with education. As you have heard from Gary and the Royal We, and I think it's important that we honor Monty today too. Beside Monty is the traditional basket, and we are presenting you with a gift. Masai Monty for everything you have done.
Masaicho, my heart is touched. My passion has always been education. And you know, when I think back to 1992, and within the education department, there was maybe, if we were lucky, a handful of staff, to where the education department is now. We've got to be, and I still say we've got to be 70 strong plus. We're the largest department within Lake Babine Nation. I want to share with folks, you know, Beatrice has been referencing the Royal We. And within the education admin team, it is something that I would always tell Gina and Brenda and Katrina, when something needed to be done, I would always say, we have to do it. And meaning that it's the royal we. And when I would say the royal we, they would know that one of them had to do it. And so we always have joked with each other about, and they would point fingers and say, well, it's your turn. But behind that is accomplishments is not the result of one person. It is the result of many. It is the result of teamwork. And when I reflect back over the years, at the forefront is the successive political leaderships of the nation. When I began working for Lake Babine back in 1992, was under Chief Wilf Adams' leadership and successive chiefs, Emma Palmatier, Betty Patrick. Today we have Gordy Alec. And it is the support of leadership that makes room for things to be accomplished. You know, over the years, there have been many people that have contributed to the growth of Lake Babine Nation Education Department, that have contributed to the growth of our schools. And, you know, some of them you have heard from. You know, we're going to have 2 more education department related reports. And again, these are folks that have been the workhorses of Lake Babine in education. And, you know, so I cannot claim that it was just myself that has resulted in, you know, the growth that we've seen since I've started working with Lake Babine in 1992. I have never been thanked publicly in the way that I have. And I want to thank Beatrice and the team for your words. There's, you know, a part of me that, and I'm sitting here shaking, I'm so emotional, but we don't hear thanks enough. Oftentimes, the thanks is said when we can't hear it. You know, like there's a morbid part of me that says, my God, this almost sounds like a eulogy. But the words and, you know, the heartfelt thanks that have been expressed, my heart is touched. You know, I often think, and like many of us, we are in, you know, the human service fields, the helping fields, because it is not just for us, it is for those around us, it is for those that are yet to come. And it's that kind of thinking that has always driven and grounded what I do. We stand on the shoulders of those who have come before us. And to prepare the way for those that are coming after us. In my family, I have Lake Babine Nation learners that are at the forefront of my mind when it comes to my chais, wanting the best for them, wanting the best for the future of Lake Babine. And as a team, I know that we're on the same page. And, you know, there are good tomorrows coming. Masaicho, awitsa.
So, you guys are done? Wow.
And
Oh,
with the
okay.
students singing, I like showcasing our students, so don't mind me. They're going to be singing in Kakanzu, Masai grade 4 to 7, and this was recorded before pandemic, just to let you know.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, education. Thank you to the kids. I love hearing the music. I love hearing the drums. If anybody's seen that movie, Monkey Beach, the drum was powerful in that movie, and I feel the same way with the drums here. Just a little bit of history. I don't have a lot of questions from YouTube, and I'll give it to Julian here in a second, but I just wanted to give a little bit of history. Before 1992, Morris Williams Memorial Center is actually named after Morris Williams, obviously my uncle, and his kids are Beatrice and Barb and Scylla. And his dream was because they wanted that for his kids, Scylla and Barb and Beatrice. And now, Monty took over, and it just seemed like it was full circle. And, seeing Monty's try, Morris Williams tries, Sierra and Haley graduate grade 7 last year, and seeing Matthew being going to that school. So it seems like it was a full circle, and it's really cool to see that, a lot of Lake Babine children, grandchildren are being educated through this system. So I really wanted to say thank you to Monty too. You're passing the torch to Beatrice and to Louise and to Shauna May, and it's just amazing. And I'm hoping everybody at home. I know if we're at the hall, there would be a standing ovation. I know that. I can picture it. I'm hoping you at home. I know people were crying. I have tissue right in front of me too, and so congratulations. And I know you're not too far, and you're still quite involved in education as an executive director. So I just wanted to say a few words of that, and all your hard work throughout these years in the education department, in my education too, and the kids, and it's amazing. So Masai, Monty, we just had, actually on YouTube, there's one correction. It's Harley George, not Hartley George from BESS. Just to give that, my Tachet members, I grew up in Tachet too, so you guys, I want to look after you guys too. Julian has some questions from Facebook, and I'll give it to Julian.
Yes, thank you, Darcy, and thank you, Monty. Like everybody else said, I mean, you even touched my life and my education with your willingness and, giving me some support while I was away at school, so thank you for that. You've had a far-reaching touch with everybody in the nation. And there were people in the comment section lighting it up too, sending their love and clapping emojis for you and saying thank you. But I'll go into the questions first before we get to lunch. And also to clarify, we will be screening the fisheries video. Don't worry, everybody. I want to see it too. Everybody wants to see it. There were some technical issues. We've figured them out. I know we didn't get them in the time slot, but bear with us. Thank you for your understanding and your patience. It is a live AGA, so we're going to get to that. But now to the education questions. First one coming from the Facebook chat from Sarah Erickson. Are you able to explain about the post-secondary LBN form deadline, when it is supposed to be handed in by, and why it needs to be handed in then and not last minute? A lot of students seem to not understand that LBN post-secondary forms do have a deadline.
Okay, the post-secondary education application for sponsorship does have a deadline on the form itself, and one of the key reasons for having a deadline as we do is so that we're able to plan and budget for the following year and ensure that we know how many students are applying, and ensuring that we have the budget and means to sponsor students. And in the past, there have been times in the past where there's been a wait list, and the applications are screened by the Education Committee. Decisions are not made by the administration. There is an Education Committee that reviews all of the applications for sponsorship. And so deadlines are for planning and budgeting purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty. And the next question is coming by way of Marianne Poirier. How are the Board of Directors for Education selected? It appears many LBN staff are on the board.
Okay, the Education Committee, which ideally, and the plan is that will morph into an Education Authority, but the Education Committee as it exists today, it is the elected leadership of Lake Babine Nation's communities that appoint their community representative to the committee. It is not an administrative decision. In the terms of reference, which is being developed and approved by council, there is no discrimination in terms of who could sit on the committee. And that includes staff. Now, you will have noticed that in the slide there was a vacancy for Fort Babine. You know, that position has been filled, and I do want to acknowledge Barbara Adam Williams, who has been on the Education Committee on behalf of Fort Babine, appointed by Fort Babine leadership. However, this year, Barb has, gone back to school. She's, continuing her university studies. Now, with the Education Committee, you will note that no one who is employed under the Education Department is on the committee. But, like any other committees within the nation, if they are staff and they're not employed, then their council are wanting to put the best individual forward to advocate and to represent their community.
Thanks, Monty. Also, there was a shout out for Ben George Jr. for his pipe fitting and Caleb Poirier for the auto technician. Next question comes from Candy Perry. How do secondary students access funds to purchase equipment for online learning?
All right. And again, I do need to remind folks that for secondary students, Lake Babine only receives funding for those students who reside on reserve. And, we have been working closely with the school districts of students who are on nominal roll to ensure that they are able to have the supports that are necessary. And unfortunately, any students that do not reside on reserve, that are not on Lake Babine's nominal roll because of Indian Affairs, Indigenous Services Canada. And the rules that we have to abide by with our funding agreement, there is no funding for any of LBN students that reside off reserve. And, I know that we continue to get requests, but if we're not receiving the funding for that, we're kind of in a vacuum when it comes to those kinds of requests.
Okay, thank you. Also another shout out to Susan Michelle in grade 12. And the next question from Carl Kazmer. Where will the new school be? Will it be at our baseball field? If so, what will happen to our ball field?
We are crossing that bridge before we get to it. The site will go through a in-depth community consultation process. And, the site is not predetermined. The already existing land uses will not be pushed aside. And so, those are some of the things that we are currently considering.
Okay, there's another question from Carl. I we'll ask it again after lunch, so you guys, it's up to you if it's related to language. With Education Department, is there any talk on language classes for adults, maybe online classes or apps that could be developed to help teach those who are interested in learning? But yeah, I think we'll just pass that one to Louise. And there will be a presentation, Carl, also, so maybe your question will be answered during that presentation. The next education question, though, comes from Heather Tom. Are there gonna have anything for graduated students like workers to help them to move on the next level jobs or schooling?
Right, so as much as possible, the education admin team does meet with students who are in the close to graduating, in the process of graduating, and walking them through the support and supporting them in terms of applying for post-secondary education and furthering their education. And there was something else that I needed to say along with that. And if I remember, I'm going to be here after lunch as well, so I'll ponder that. But there is more that I want to say to that.
Okay. There were some other questions, but they were in violation of rule number 5, which is no personal, personnel, and/or confidential type issues will be discussed. But I will pass them on, and also just to let everybody know watching that I've been keeping track of all the questions I've received from Facebook and from YouTube from day 1. Darcy's got the questions from YouTube for day 2 and 3. I've been just keeping note of which relevant staff member I can send that to, so I'll be forwarding all of my questions on to the relevant staff if you feel your questions haven't been addressed. Because again, some of them they're mentioning names and stuff like that, and that's set out in the rules. We're not going to talk about names in front of everybody. So thank you to our education staff, to Gary, Monty, Gina, Katrina, Bobina, Fofina, just kidding, Beatrice, and to Brenda back home. We hope you get well soon. And we're going to take our lunch break. Also, stay tuned. We're going to be airing the fisheries video over lunch break. I know it didn't get put where it was supposed to. There were some mix-ups. Things weren't working. Again, we're going live here, so thank you for your patience. But it will be aired, so everybody on chat, please just keep viewing. We're going to have the video on shortly. We'll go straight to it. After we cut here, we'll go to the video. So don't go anywhere. The fisheries video is coming. So here it is. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Darcy. Thank you, everybody out there.
Usually we show up at the smolt trap at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. We first take some environmental data, so that would be water temperature, air temperature, water depth, and weather. And we start getting all of our fish that we've dip netted out in the evening time and some in the morning calibrated for what we call a calibration bucket, because it's a volumetric count. So we'll fill up a bucket to a known level and then we count every fish for the first 5 buckets, so that gives us an average. And so every bucket after that, we just assume that that average for the first 5 buckets is a good indicator of how many smolts we have in the subsequent buckets. And we prepare the tagging station, so we'll fill up the tagging station with water. We'll put a little bit of MS-222 into the anesthetic baths, which we slightly anesthetize the sockeye fry in preparation for tagging. And while we're counting and looking for marked recaptured fish, the taggers have already started by that time tagging the fish. And when we look at our fish, when we capture them, we look for the staple tags that we've applied previously, and we look at the different color combinations to tell us what day those smolts were released, and that will tell us how long it took to get here, and it will help us to determine when that divide between the early migrants and the late migrants occurs. So last year we found that May 13th was the date when the early migrants stopped pretty much and the late migrants began. And this information is really critical for understanding what the drivers are for sockeye abundance in the Skeena system. The Skeena system, you know, supplies salmon for a large number of First Nations and other people as well. And 90% of those fish up to 90% can be from the Babine. So understanding the Babine smolt at migration and the numbers of smolts out migrating every year tells us roughly how well they're surviving in the lake. We also have fry survival data from Pinkett and Fulton. So if we see, you know, from the fry to smolt survival rate, we can see how well they're surviving in the freshwater. And if we see a good number of smolts out migrating in a given year, but a poor return for that same brood year, then that would suggest that there's an ocean bottleneck. So it tells us a lot about where significant management concerns might be happening. So is it the freshwater? Is there something changing with Babine Lake and Nilkikwa Lake and other lakes here? Or is it the ocean component? And then once we finish tagging the fish, we let them recover for about 3 hours. And then we transport them up until Nilkikwa Lake where we release them. We'll drive them up about 6 kilometers upstream, 6 to 8 kilometers upstream. And we slowly, gradually release the smolts as we drive at about a jogging speed towards Fort Babine. And the tagged smolts will disperse and mix with the untagged smolts. And then we recapture those here, and the proportion of tagged smolts to untagged smolts gives us a population estimate. And last year we had, I think, a 95% confidence interval for the early and lates of about 6 to 7%, which is pretty good.
Yeah, so we're looking at genetics, and we're going to hopefully be able to tell the difference between populations using some of the tissue from the fish, and we match it to the biosample data so that we can tell if certain populations are bigger or smaller generally, and that sort of thing. So pretty simple, but you know, it's important to get the samples right and keep everything matched up. So the early pulse comes from Nilkikwa Lake and the north arm of Babine Lake, and the late pulse comes from the main arm of Babine Lake. So you don't know which populations necessarily are which fish, which is what we're trying to do with the genetics, but you do know that from tagging studies, you know, in the past, that you've got these sort of big groups that come through at certain times.
As you can see, the current is really strong right now, so we're building a flyway to slow down so the fry could get through. We're trying to get them to go upstream. We're going to be counting the fry on the front side of the baffles, like the upstream and the downstream of the baffles. And we're going to also set fry traps on both sides too. We have to do different things at different times to be counting them.
We work hard to monitor the different changes that are happening in the watershed and what sort of things could be causing those changes, and how we can do a better job at protecting the salmon and making sure they're here for many years to come. The salmon are really important to this area and the whole world, but the culture around the lake, Lake Babine Nation, and the communities that rely on these fish have been managing and conserving these species since time immemorial, and it's important that we continue to include the culture and the communities in how we do the management.
Today we've just completed a limnological survey of Nilkikwa Lake. It's a lake that has not had any real limnological work done on it since the 50s or 60s, and that only involves zooplankton sampling as far as we know. And the reason why we're interested in conducting limnological surveys of Nilkikwa Lake is to understand how it might affect upper and lower Babine River sockeye fry production. The lower and upper Babine River sockeye populations have experienced declines since actually the late 40s. There's been a decline. We're trying to understand why the upper and lower Babine River population is declined and how Nilkikwa Lake may be contributing to that decline. When we first start our survey, we do a dissolved oxygen temperature profile of the lake, and that involves calibrating the DO meter, making sure our readings are accurate, and taking measurements every meter, and that tells us whether the lake's stratified or whether it's going through fall or spring turnover. Today, we didn't see any real stratification. So we got 9.6 degrees Celsius on the top surface, and we got 9.58 milligrams per liter of DO in the water.
I'm sorry, what was the temperature?
9.6. Something we did notice was below 6 meters, which was the thermocline, we started seeing declines in dissolved oxygen to as low as between 2 and 3 milligrams per liter, which is very low at the sediment interface. So it's a bit of a concern because Nilkikwa Lake is shallow, and sockeye fry like to hide in the depths to avoid predation. Our Secchi depth is what we do next after DO profile.
So this is a Secchi disc, and it measures water transparency, and there's half a meter intervals on these.
Yeah.
So we'll see how far this goes down before I can't see it.
We found a couple of weeks ago that the Secchi depth was usually between 4.5 to 5 meters deep, and our thermocline, when we started seeing rapid declines in dissolved oxygen, was at 6 meters deep. So these fry, if they're having to locate or distribute where there's suitable oxygen, are likely in a fairly bright zone, which might mean that they're a little more easy to capture for visual predators like rainbow trout, lake trout, burbot, and char, bull trout, and dolly varden. So a bit of a concern. And we also don't know why that dissolved oxygen is low, whether it's a natural situation where we have a lot of organic matter settling onto the in the greater depths and being decomposed by aerobic bacteria. The aerobic bacteria consume oxygen and they break down that organic matter as it's their food source for them. And at the same time, they can deplete oxygen in the lower depths of the lake. That can be a natural situation, or it could be anthropogenic or caused by humans as a result of nutrient loading, such as sewage or nutrients coming off of farm fields and those kinds of things. And the next test we do is pH conductivity. And we have a pH conductivity meter. We first calibrate with standard solutions to make sure, again, our readings are accurate. And we do that at the surface. And then another measurement in the epilimnion when it's stratified, a measurement in the metalimnion, and a measurement in the hypolimnion. And when it's turning over as it is today, we simply go to those same depths we measured at when it was stratified to compare how pH and conductivity and also turbidity have changed. And we do a vertical plankton pull. So we drop a Wisconsin-style zooplankton net down to the bottom of the lake, and we rapidly pull it up so that we're sampling a vertical column of water, and that gives us the number of zooplankters per liter. And what we're really looking for with zooplankton pulls is how many of the preferred zooplankton species for sockeye fry are in the column. And if we see a few organisms that sockeye prefer to eat, like the large copepods and the large cladocerans like Daphnia, if we see few of those, we think that it's a good reason to maybe think that it's food limited. And if we see those species but only small ones, less than 2 or 1.5 millimeters in length, that means that there may be not enough of them. So the larger ones that selectively get picked off by sockeye fry are not getting replaced. and there's what they call overcropping of zooplankton. So that would indicate a food limitation for sockeye fry production, and eventually smolt production, so fewer sockeye juveniles going out to the ocean to become adults. So we'd want to know from the nutrient component what trophic status the lake's in. Is it oligotrophic, mesotrophic, or eutrophic? And that tells us how productive we can expect that lake to be. And is it the proper trophic status or ideal nutrient regime, ideal phytoplankton amounts and zooplankton amounts and types that would promote greater sockeye production.
This fence here is what basically it started out as something we'd use to control how much salmon go through.
We got pink sockeye, sockeye jacks, coho, jack chinook, steelhead. If we catch any of those, we just mark them down. But mostly we want to just keep the sockeye for the members. Then the rest get marked down, and at the end of the day, they'll come and tally up the rest and then put it back in the books. When we're not taking fish food harvest, this is a trap that would fill up with fish coming through. Just be right here, sitting here, and you let the trap open as they come through. We have individual counters here keeping track how much fish coming through and everything. Jack, Chinook, coho, pinks, whatever is coming through. And they try to keep that as they do different shifts, 8 hours. So 2 hours at a time, we have different people coming in and just taking shifts on how much fish we get through.
When the counting season is done, we'll pull everything up. You got these grates here. Those grates will then be ripped off the side of the fence here, and they'll be put outside the deck. And so you'll be having them all winter. They're like, this does not block the fish. So yeah, they do lift up the gates and they do lift up the grates. As members of the community come to pick up their sockeye here, but they'll go straight to the smokehouse, and they'll smoke a good portion of that. They'll half smoke them, and they'll start canning them for the winter, and they'll start making dry fish strips that'll also last throughout the winter as well. So harvesting sockeye and getting it ready for winter time is definitely a big part of my life, and of course the members of the community and the elders that we look out for. And salmon harvesting is excellent. It's beautiful, and I couldn't imagine doing anything else other than collecting fish for the community and of course for myself as well.
What we're doing is we're tagging sockeye to identify run timing. So we have certain colors deployed on certain days, and we know from the day that was deployed to when we find it in a tributary how long it took to get to the tributary, and also which population is running through the fence at which time. So when we kind of get this information together and understand run timing a little more clearly, we can actually target harvesting on the enhanced Fulton and Pinkett fish and do less harvesting on the wild fish. So we can rebuild those wild populations that are not as strong as the enhanced populations. It's the whole point of this. It's actually a pilot study. We're just seeing how well it works.
Today we did water quality monitoring on Chazakwa Creek for the Community Economic Development Project. We measure different parameters of habitat quality in the streams for salmon spawning habitat. And so we measured alkalinity, hardness, and CO2 with test kits, and pH conductivity and dissolved oxygen with different meters. We also measure discharge in the creek using a swaffer, and we measured on 20 different locations across the creek. We also look at different habitat factors such as clarity, gradient, embeddedness, and substrate.
So today we are collecting adult sockeye samples as part of a number of different projects run by LBN Fisheries. For this work, we net or grab post-spawn individuals. So these are carcasses that have been born here, made their incredible journey out to the ocean and come all the way back and succeeded in contributing to the next generation of fish, and they're dead on the shore, and we pick them up and take a small tissue sample for genetic analysis, and then we also take some general characteristics of the fish, so length and weight, and then we cut in and take otoliths, which are small bones in the ears of the fish, and that helps us age them. So it tells us whether they've spent the average amount of time in the ocean or a little more or a little less. Gathering this type of information from populations, especially wild populations like we have here, is so important for conservation because it allows us to make management decisions early enough to protect the stocks that need it the most. And it also gives us information on stocks that are doing well and that can be managed in a different way. So as we can identify the populations that need the most protection, this helps us ensure that these fish are going to come back year after year and be here to support generations into the future. We are really proud to work with the communities and work with local people on all of the projects that we do, and they are very proud in doing the work as well, knowing that everything they're doing during the day and throughout the season is contributing to sustaining these fish for their children and their grandchildren for years to come.
It brings First Nations and non-First Nations together to celebrate the smolt migration of sockeye from Babine Lake down the Babine River into the Skeena. It's a tremendous event. It brings people and cultures together so we can appreciate the resource and respect it, and also bring that awareness to the young kids that will be the future stewards of our lands and waters.
An event like this is so important to bring all of these communities together to one place, which doesn't happen very often.
I believe that salmon are important to us because they bring everyone together.
And it's really important to provide this opportunity to celebrate such an amazing migration. You know, when the adults come back, it's really obvious and everyone gets excited about these big fish coming back and their bright spawning colors, but this event is celebrating younger fish that are very small, and sometimes people don't even know that they're starting this incredible journey out to the ocean. And it's important for us to highlight the fact that they're vulnerable now too, and we have to remember at this life stage when they're small and just sort of starting their life, we have to take into account all the threats and sort of barriers that they have to overcome now as well.
I grew up around Babine Lake, and salmon is very important to me and my family.
And that's what's kept us together for thousands of years and continues to bring us together. So
I remember a couple years ago, I came here to go fishing, and the whole river looked like you could walk across it. There was so many salmon. I haven't seen that for a while now, and I would like that to be happening again.
Hadi no Disney, tieni qua no hani len. Gaidin AGA TNN, nadidin hunzu hondli. Diaden tebi hlai biedik, tebi aden cha neswadizel udatil. Aden tebi en cha neswadizel no behosli. Tieni hlallata ta warewo talni. Masai tieni biu yehal dakni. Masai Dai Gordy Alec, la Deputy Chief Derek McDonald, Masai Monty, la Emma Bush Habea Dahni, Masai Band Office at Dahni, Tio Masai no Disney, Saleo at Dan Darcy and we Masai Disney, Sto Masai Disney, Kanak Yitsudasla, Qua Masai Hlani Nifty with San no Nuclean. Hanestai Tio Masai no Biet Yekldek Masai no Disney. Thank you all and welcome back to our final day of the AGA, our final installation after lunch. I hope you all had a good break. Next up, we're going to go into our language presentation with Louise and Rosalie, and also we have our awesome Monty Palmetier back. He's going to join them with their presentation. So I'll just turn the mic right over to them. Here we go.
All right, so I just wanted to set a bit of context before Louise and Rosalie go into the presentation on the language and culture. As I mentioned yesterday, this is a new department. Because of the rapid growth within the education department, and language and culture being as important as it is with all Lake Babine Nation students, including those that attend our own schools, as well as students that attend the public schools. We needed to make room for language and culture and ensuring that the program will, and it has been growing and it will continue to grow. And Louise started as the Language and Culture Director July 1st. And with Louise's background in terms of her academic credentials, she is, as I'd mentioned yesterday, Louise has completed her Bachelor of Education degree, and I think even before that, she was a certified early childhood educator. And she went on, completed her master's degree at SFU with a focus on language, and is in the final stages of completing her doctorate of education, again with a focus on language and culture, because the two are, one is not more important than the other. And so, we have an individual in place now that is very capably leading language and culture. And the work that Louise does here within Lake Babine has been very important over the years. But just as importantly, Louise has been advocating and representing Lake Babine and Narutan culture, as well as folks throughout the north, especially in our northwest region. And so we are very fortunate that we have a Lake Babine Nation individual with the credentials and the cultural grounding and language knowledge to lead this new department. And along with Louise, we have Rosalie. Rosalie, she started out in our developmental language term certificate program, certified as a language and culture teacher, went on to complete her Bachelor of Education degree at UNBC, and recently graduated with her Master's in Educational Leadership from UBC in partnership with NVIT. And so I'm going to turn it over to the two of them and look forward to an exciting presentation. Masai.
Masai Monty. I wanted to begin by reminding people or talking about who I am and where I came from. And I think this is important, and the teacher in me wants to teach you or let you know of where I'm from and how I've come to be, because you know, I hear that people are saying that, asking why I'm in this position and that I'm not LBN. So I wanted to start by, giving some history of where I come from and who I relate to at LBN. First of all, I was one of the last babies born in our old school where BLNDC is now. I know a lot of people emphasize on my adoption, and that's where they consider me an outsider because I wasn't raised in LBN, but I was born here. So I wanted to share my family tree. My grandmother was Dorothy Alec, and her mother was named Louise. And I was adopted to Rosalie Austin family in Hagulgit. And Rosalie Austin's dad was Francis Thomas Plazaway. So you can see that my biological grandmother and my adopted grandmother were closely related. And my mom is the late Yolanda Spence. My adopted mom is the late Marian Austin. And in my paper, when I'm talking and introducing myself with my doctorate paper, I talk about the adoption that took place, and it's quite unique. It's a unique experience. It's a unique activity that took place back in the day, and I really focus on the reason of my adoption. When I first moved back to LBN in 1991, well, I moved to Burns Lake, and both my moms were still alive. My mother, Yolanda Spence, and my adopted mother, Marian Austin, they took me and they sat me down and they told me the reasons why and how my adoption came to be. Since they were related, my grandmother Dorothy Alec and my mother Yolanda, they attended a funeral in Hagulgit, the funeral of a little baby girl, Marian Austin's baby girl, and they seen the devastation of their relatives. So my mother, Yolanda Spence, she was 7 months pregnant with me when she attended this funeral. And to soothe the hurt and to soothe the hurt of her relatives, she told my grandmother Rosalie Austin and Marianne that if she's carrying a girl, she would give me to them. And that just really shows the love and support our people had for each other. I mean, they were, they gave flesh and blood up. And I'm in that example. And there were no boundaries amongst Wet'suwet'en and Nato'den In fact, my grandmother, Rosalie Austin, she was born in Fort Babine. Her maiden name was Plasway. My mother, Marianne Austin, she was born somewhere in between Smithers and Fort Babine. But on her birth certificate, they put Fort Babine. So I'm not quite sure when these boundaries went up. And because when I was a little girl, I remember coming to feasts in the old hall down here. I remember going to Old Fort for a funeral and a feast. Nobody said, oh, there was Wet'suwet'en and stuff like that. Everybody worked together. So when they were talking to me, my biological mother, Yolanda, she talked about all of the gifts they received from Rosalie Austin and Marianne Austin to have me adopted. And that was in the early 60s. This adoption took place in the Morristown Hall about 1965. And my grandmother, Dorothy and Yolanda, they were gifted with many gifts, many expensive gifts for the year that I was adopted. They received fridge, a TV, beds, and a trunk full of towels, blankets, clothes, and hides. Ironically, when my mom, Yolanda, passed away, I was gifted back the exact trunk that was given to them when I was adopted. And my Auntie Madeline Gray right now says that was a trunk that was given to them when they adopted you. And now I have possession of that trunk, and it means a lot to me because the history of who I am is in that trunk. And that was one of the last adoptions that were done in that manner. So I just wanted to begin by that because I think it's important. And so, when I'm speaking my language, my first language, because I was adopted in the Wet'suwet'en area, my first language was Wet'suwet'en. But 30 years ago, I moved back to Burns Lake, and my mother, Yolanda Spence, she started teaching me the Nadodan dialect. It's not much different, there's just a few words. The C's are a lot harder in the Nadodan dialect than it is in the Wet'suwet'en. So, if you all remember my mom, Yolanda Spence, she wasn't very vocal, but she knew a lot. She was just full of knowledge. And another dialect that I'm very honored to know and very honored to understand is the Dakas dialect, Fort St. James. And the only reason why I understand that is I've been married amongst them for 44 years, and I really respect my husband's homeland and family. And he comes from the well-known family of the Prince. So you can see that I'm open, I have no borders when it comes to language dialect. I think we are very fortunate up here. When I go to the provincial language meetings, there are some language groups that are trying to revive their language just by tapes. That's so sad to hear. And yet, up here, we have quite a few speakers, and I just love hearing our language. So I wanted to just introduce myself, and next time you hear that I have no business in this position, I'm not LBN, you tell them you're damn right she does. But I want to go into, as Monty said, this is a new department. Well, it's been around, but it was always tucked into education, and it was never a standalone department, and it is now. So, it's a new beginning, and I think what we make of it is going to be positive, because I'm a very inclusive person. I like, in every job that I've done, I've always included people, my people. The biggest example I can share is TWMLC. When I worked and directed that place, I always included the elders. And I wanted to bridge that gap of our elders and our youth. So I came up with money, and we used to invite the elders into TWMLC and invite them to just come up and cook lunch for the students, and just to get to know each other. And those luncheons were awesome. There was a lot of storytelling. You can tell that some of our elders were very shy to come into the school environment. But as they came, the more relaxed they got, and so the laughter was even more. Our elders are very humorous when you really listen to them. In 2008, an MOU was signed by Monty and the chief then, Betty Patrick, to begin the DSTC program. And I'll tell you the truth, I didn't know what I was getting myself into then. I didn't know what to expect, because this was the first. There was DSTCs being done around the province. And I'm really happy to say ours was the most successful DSTC program. Before I go on to the other initiatives, I want Rosalie to introduce herself, and she can talk about her experience as a student of DSTC.
Musaicho. I just want to begin by acknowledging our traditional ancestral territory that we are on today. Dinize, Zakoze, Skyze, Hadi Sai, Rosalie, McDonald Sadney, Maklalis, Takaize, Laxaliu, any habitasis de glad Jidim den any habitagal that so Yolanda Spence Hayetni Wello Sali glad so Marianne Austin Hayetni Wello Sali Stani Eileen Prince Hayetni Wello Sali Seats Victor Lessert Hayetni Wello Sali Snatlia Snit Glasbabe Louise and Philip Lessert Habatni Hello, everyone. I wanted to start off by just acknowledging our traditional territory, and I wanted to start off by introducing myself with my hereditary chief name, Makalalis, and also mentioning who my grandparents and my parents are. It is the traditional way that I was taught to introduce myself, especially in the potlatch hall. Right now, I am the language curriculum development teacher. I've just started this position in September, and I want to thank Monty Palmetier for giving me this opportunity on taking on such an awesome role. Language is my passion. Nakanak tabi distai. Our language is also very important. As a former DSTC student, there were 21 of us who joined in 2008, and I was so excited about the 3-year program, not only because it was held here in our very own community, but it was also based on Neduden ways of life when it comes to our language and culture. There was a strong group of us who successfully completed this program with the teachers such as Louise and Monty. This program has laddered all of us into our Bachelor of Education degree at UNBC, and then a couple of us pursued into our Masters of Education degree with UBC. And now we are amongst another Indigenous language program that has finally been announced, and I really want to encourage those that are interested to pursue in our language and culture. It is so important. I heard at a gathering in Vancouver, one man in leadership had said, language is culture and culture is language. We need to fill the gap between our elders and youth today. I'm trying very, very hard to grasp on to our mother tongue. I can understand more than I speak. I've just completed the 3-year mentor apprentice program to try to continue on the language at home, to speak with my children, and now my grandson. So I am really working hard to look to those mentors such as Louise, Barb, Dorothy. There's many of them. I've even turned to Wilf. And the resources that I am developing right now is just strictly from the dictionaries of Neduden that was created back in 1990. And just a little more about the DSTC program that was first originally run. There was many of us. There wasn't just Neduden. I want to point that out too, that myself being Neduden, Wet'suwet'en, and Dakath, there was many of us. We stood together through the program. We helped teach our language in many ways. We invited each other over to our families' houses. We became a family, and that's how strong language and culture is. Language and culture is our ways of life, especially as Neduden. Now I am currently being mentored into a new position and following SNET here. Louise is my mother, and she has shared with me that she plans on retiring soon. So I'm trying my best to grasp on to everything that I can now. So thank you for listening. I look forward to hearing from many of you, especially all you language holders. I hold my hands up to you because you are our real professors, especially when it comes to our language. Masaicho awatse.
Thank you, Rose. As I started talking about the DSTC program, Monty did a proposal to get that program into our community. And one of the criteria was to include a regional proposal. So in that proposal, our neighbors, the Wet'suwet'en dialect was included into the DSTC. We are pretty well in a unique position when it comes to language because I am able to teach both dialects. So if the students remember, whenever I was teaching the language, I would say, Naroden. And then I'd say, like, what's a good example is, Denicho. And then everybody would repeat Denicho. And then I'd say, Wet'suwet'en. And then Wet'suwet'en, Denikyo. And then they would repeat Denikyo. So, you know, those are the only biggest differences that I see that are that makes up the Wet'suwet'en and Naroden language. And I used to really encourage them and say, you know, it's better if we can learn more than one dialect because they're so similar, and to support each other. So there was a lot of laughter when we were in actual classes. So after the DSTC programs were done, like I said, ours was the most successful because we had the most graduates. And if you ever look into our schools, all of our teachers are Naroden, and they all started with the DSTC program. After that program was complete, we did a provincial review of the program, and I'm lucky to say that I sit on the language board of BC, and so when we were doing the review of the DSTC, we started talking about other programs and how we could continue on these language programs that could be credited by local colleges. And then we said, why should we stop at the college level? Why can't our languages be at the university levels? So all of those dreams started coming forward, just dreaming about, you know, where our languages could be in this country and province of BC. Because DSTC was mainly credited by colleges, and we wanted to bring our language up higher on the education ladder. So we started talking about this new program, and it took about 10 years. And we had to start at the bottom, and you know, when we were asked who are the people that could start the foundation of this new program and the scholarly input that we needed. So when we were at the beginning part, I had put Monty's name in without asking or even telling him. I put Monty's name in to be included on the foundation work of this program. He went, and I'm happy that he did, because he was one of the big contributors to this program. This new program is called the Language Fluency Degree, and we've been working year after year trying to get this program, because there was a lot of red tape we had to go through. We had to go through Senate of the universities. We had to sell our ideas to the university, and it wasn't an easy job. It wasn't an easy request, because many of the universities said, you know, like if you go into learn maybe French, you have all the resources and you have all of the class outlines and guidelines and everything that the university requires. It's all there. But then when it came to languages of British Columbia, we are so diverse. We have 42 language groups here, and so we had to build a foundation, or Monty and them had to build a foundation and a template so that all languages could be put into this template. And it took many years of advocating for our language. And many times I have stood up to say that our language, Nadoden, was just as important as other languages in BC. So it was a very long and exhausting process. And when I look at it, you know, we really had to fit our language into an already processed university that had no idea, that had no consideration of ever having a First Nations language in their books. And I really want to acknowledge and thank NVIT for really building support and building their programs based on many language and culture methods. And so I think it was November, or just not too long ago, they finally, no, I am in November. I think in September, they finally said, okay, the funding is here, we're going to do 5 pilot projects for language. So I went rushing down to that meeting, and I made a presentation, and I talked about the importance of Nadoden to be involved in that pilot project. I talked and I talked and I talked. I talked about my members, I talked about my elders, I talked about the rapid decline of our language. I remembered and I talked about our elders that we've lost, and that our language is almost in a critical state of being lost or not being used. So I was lucky enough to be included in this pilot project that we are starting in January. And it is only a pilot right now. pilot means that we are going to go ahead. 5 communities are going to go ahead. And within what happens within these pilot programs is what's going to determine the future of the other language groups in BC. And I know we're going to do one heck of a job making this program happen the way we did with DSTC. Our leadership support is very important. Our speakers are very important. Our learners are very important. And earlier when I was talking about the elders coming in, you know, they were shy to come into a school environment. And it just reminds me, for me to explain why my daughter sits beside me and she's not a fluent speaker. Neither are my boys. And that's for a personal reason. That's because I have scars on my arms for being punished for speaking my language. So I didn't want to teach my children my language because I didn't want them punished. I was being a protective mother. And now they've taken it upon themselves, especially Rosalie, to learn it. I openly teach my grandchildren. And you know what, to tell you the truth, I'm finally at the time of my life where I feel comfortable of speaking my language because of the punishment that I've endured. And you all could probably imagine the punishment when I have scars on my arm for it. In the days I feel like giving up, and all of a sudden, I don't know how it happens, but I always seem to see the scars on my arm, and I say, nope, I'm not going to give in. I'm not giving in to that punishment, and I'm not giving in to people who don't want me to speak my language. So I teach my grandchildren. And the other night, you know, language is so important that my daughter-in-law, Hannah, she put on singing of Dick Alec. And my grandgirls were listening. And my little granddaughter, Donnell, oh, she can dance. Just made me proud. It really makes me pride, gives me pride that my grandchildren are learning the language in the schools. My little great-grandson, I speak to him quite often, and he knows what I'm talking about when I tell him to do something. Little commands, tiny little commands can do wonders. And I am currently mentoring my Nutsani husband how to speak Nadodan. He knows a little bit of his own language, so every now and then when I tell him to say or do something, he always says it in his language just to bug me. But, you know, it's good to know that he knows a little bit. And we're doing very well with the mentor, and I'm really happy to have that opportunity to work with him, even though it's in our house. And the biggest positive out of that is that our grandchildren get to learn with him, and you know, even though we think they're not listening and learning, they are. And I always try to emphasize that my children didn't learn the language because of what had happened to me. And I always have to explain it no matter where I go, and it gives me great pride to be able to mentor Rosalie into my position, because the other day I was watching in and people were saying that some of us, or LBN staff, should give chance to younger people, and I strongly believe in that. And so, you know, Rosalie, I'm always telling her, and even Monty, I said, a little over 3 years, when I could legally retire, I am. I'm going to retire. I'm not going any further than I need to. And that's because, you know, I've worked all my life. I started waitressing at the Totem Cafe in New Hazelton when I was 13 years old, and I've worked through my life since then, with the only exception of taking time off to go to university. Even then, I took evening jobs, like working in the library, to make more money for our family, because God knows Vancouver is a very expensive place to live. Anyways, going back to this program of the language fluency degree, our focus is on education. Our focus is to produce more teachers, our own members. And so when we did a selection, we gave priority to our education assistants, people, workers who are working in our school. They've already shown us their interest in education, and they've shown us their qualities to be a very effective teachers, like the ones we already have. So they were our priority when we selected the students for this new program. And what this new program is going to entail is 2 years of language and culture. Rosalie and I are currently working on the course outlines. That's a long, grueling work too, behind the scenes. We have to come up with these language outlines, and then they have to go to Ed Council, and then it has to be approved over there before we could even teach it as a credited course. And we also have to be credited instructors so that we can teach the students and award them their degree. Monty did a proposal for this one, and we based it on 25 students. Like every other proposal, we didn't get what we asked for. We were cut over 200,000. So when you look at the budget and the original proposal, we had to cut a lot. And it also meant we had to cut students, the amount of students we could take. Again, this was a regional proposal. So we extended our invitation again to the Wet'suwet'en nations. We have 5 Wet'suwet'en and the rest are Naroden. And when I go to these meetings, the last one I went to at NVIT, the Dean of NVIT, Dr. John Chenoweth, was doing a presentation, and he spoke about the successes of our programs here at Lake Babine Nation. And he too was advocating for us to be a pilot program because we did so well with the STC. And one of the things that he said was, when it comes to these programs, these types of programs, Lake Babine Nation should be put on a pedestal because of the success they have. And while he was saying that, I was thinking about our teachers that we have in our school. I'm so proud of each and every one of them, teaching our children, and they are able to reinforce our language in their curriculum. And that dream continues on with this new language program that we are offering. The dream of having more teachers. And our dream is not education just to grade 7. Our dream is to have high school. And this is what we are preparing for with this program that we are going to be offering. Like I said, it is a pilot program. We make of it what we do. We have to showcase our strength as Nadoden people. And I'm very proud that we've made it this far. And I hope to get support from many of our members. Like I said earlier, I'm a very inclusive person. And language and culture being its own department now, I invite anybody and everybody to come and talk to me, give me suggestions of what you think this new department should look like. And I really encourage everybody to work together. And I really see this program as holding each other up the way it was long time ago. We had no boundaries. Withouten, Nadoden, my being and my upbringing is a true example of how we were. I'm not to say that, it only happens here. I hear squiggles and squabbles over on the other side too. But I give them the same message. Nadoden, withouten, a little bit of Dakel. I remember Dick Alec, sometimes he talk about, gee, Fortune James, no, what's one is, things like that. That really reminds me and proves to me that we were once all one people, and we still are. Some of us just need to change our attitude towards being the stronger us. During this time of COVID, I really have a very small bubble. Since March, I've worked mainly at home, doing a lot of conference calls, working on all of these things, talking to people, and really trying to get a hold of how this program is going to be. Again, if you want to be involved or do a presentation or come and teach something, come and let us know. We'll include you. We'll put you in the schedule. the more people that get involved, I think is the better. You know, if you have like, say you want to come and teach drumming, you want to come and teach singing, or you want to come and teach passage of rites or whatever, those are all learning methods. Come and see us, and we'll put you in. So, once this COVID is over, I would really like to go out into the communities and get your input on how this program should look like and how it should unfold. Because at the end of the day, the learners are the ones that are going to carry what they've taught forward. That concludes my report, and I really thank everyone for listening, and I really look forward to working with all of you. Masai Cho.
Masai. Yeah, Monty's gonna close off too.
There's just a few context pieces that I want to also put forward. Louise is very humble, like most folks are. We don't like to talk about what we do or what we've accomplished. But, you know, when we look at the emergence of, you know, Lake Babine's Language and Culture Education Department, Louise and I went through the Native Indian Teacher Education Program. Something that was drilled into us in our education was, back then it was known as Indian Control of Indian Education. And, you know, that document was tabled with Canada by National Indian Brotherhood, which is now AFN, in 1972. And language and culture and the importance of that was put forward in that document. And so, you know, it became something that was, like I was saying, was drilled into us. That policy document was rewritten in 2010, led by BC First Nation educators as First Nation Control of First Nation Education. And so the context and the importance of this work is being at the heart of First Nations folks across this country for many, many years. And, you know, when I look at, you know, the experience and the model that the Native Indian Teacher Education Program is built upon, when we look at the success of the Developmental Standard Term Certificate, because of, you know, and I know that oftentimes we do things just because that's the way that we've been taught. But when I reflect back on the success that we've had, where Lake Babine's Narutan DSDC literally head and shoulders above anyone else in this province, you know, there are things in terms of a model and a community-based delivery model, you know, ensuring that the creation of a community within a community. And Rosalie talked a bit about that, how students were the biggest supports for each other. And, you know, and having, you know, a incarnate professor at the front of the room really does make a difference. Now, you know, when we look at, you know, this being a pilot, you know, as Louise had mentioned, you know, we have had far more folks that are wanting to take this and enroll in this language fluency degree program than there are seats. what that tells us is how important language and language learning is within the nation. And, you know, keep in mind that this is a pilot. And if we continue to provide good outcomes, then it will build towards that rationale across the province for continued investment in First Nation language fluencies across the province. Now, the only other thing that I also wanted to just speak to very briefly is, you know, one of the very important initiatives that Louise, Dee Dee, and now Rosalie are also involved in is Narutan curriculum with the public school system. You know, a Narutan integrated resource package, you know, is with the Ministry of Education. You know, we're still waiting for that final stamp of approval. And when we get that stamp of approval, Narutan language can then be offered in the with, you know, the schools, the public schools that Narutan learners are enrolled in. And, you know, it is something that has been, you know, happening for the last few years, and we're continuing to move forward with that as well, I would say.
Masai Monty, Masai Louise, AKA, I don't want to say it, and Rosalie, Masai no Disney, Dini ala atni, di no kanik, no ya, kanis kak, no chayu, but yehtek, di noch le te nechkas bedochni, nenuchtes, jahwath, Atsana udadala, sai atsana udagala, then se yes la se chai any out udala, bekliek the ket se chai 10 years old only, bembawoli selni, or abaganini selni, et honestai, then deni James de enwe udala, mende kan Gary Klugi enwe. Wakahla, enwe Masai, Lake Babine awetsen, outzak udala. Kani hlaini skak nuhni out hlaini uzdilye, kan Kelsey Abraham, Prince George at da. Enwe Masai badesni, Friendship Center at da. Kani Head Start ayelni. No kanek kanis kak udala Lake Babine. Mende a few years ago kani lately tane what an abeesta kani University of Northern BC. Ka jade kani Lake Babine kwa MOU ayisai. Et honestai. Au wakautla. Atsana uzdadala, ani kanis kak atsana udadala, Masai Louise near Disney, de near family tree. Atsana tiyo udotla, be na beb na tu andli, udotla, kani udokle na kani elders, zaneelcha et paskak pachayo et. Every day, I would like everybody to start speaking your language at home. You know, just even washing your hands. Simple. We don't need the numbers. We don't need those things. You know, just those everyday words we need. You know, so I commend the work you guys are doing, keeping the language, you know. It's good to see Jordan was at WKE for a while, Susie down at CNC. You know, we have so much Lake Babine, Narutan speakers all over the place. And they're teaching everybody the language. And I remember late Uncle Pete, you know, we sat there and he said, Doindao. And I'm like, huh? What do you say? Now I know what it means. It's soinda, you know, but he said it in the Fort St. James dialect, you know. All the elders, they knew all the dialects. I see some comments, you know, late Matthew. I remember my late grandpa Adam. They all spoke all the languages because they worked together. Somehow we need to come, and you know, it has to come at, you know, we just need to start doing it. I hear it a lot, and how is it going to work? We just need to do it, you know, stop talking about it. So yeah, I think it's important. You know, next is Shauna on early childhood. I know the daycare down here, you know, they're teaching the language. You know, it's good stuff. You know, it starts from that age. That's where I learned. My grandparents and my parents, I didn't learn English until we started kindergarten out in Tachet, Grand Isle. So try to talk as much as you can. Get involved. Louise is inviting you. Rosalie's inviting you. Get some good ideas out there. You know, they're offering, you know, they're inviting you. You know, we're Lake Babine, we're into that inviting, you know. They're inviting you. This is your invitation. Call them, email them, text them, Instagram them, you know. Do some TikToks in Carrier. That'd be amazing, right? So yeah, I have one question from YouTube, from William Plasway. He's asking about, let me go back. Any plans on making Narutan language into an app like the Natalie Stellaton did a few years ago? So.
Good question. Actually, yes, we just started the process. It hasn't initially started, but I have been in contact with Dr. Andrew Kitchenham from UNBC, and he is going to help us develop a Netuden website with our language once we have the team in place. But yes, well, we are starting on one, and it's really exciting. I can't wait. So that's another project that we're working on. Masai.
That's all I had from YouTube. I'll hand it over to Julian. He may have some questions from Facebook.
Yeah, awesome presentation, first of all. Love hearing the history and stuff like that. Louise, thanks for sharing your story. First question comes from Vanessa Patrick. She's heard about the language program, that it's full, but is there a waiting list that can be added to?
I'm very happy and proud to say that along with this program, I have, because of the list that we received, the interest for the program, we were able to sift out fluent speakers, and I'm currently working with NVIT to see how that would look like to give these fluent speakers so that they can challenge the course. And knowing Vanessa, I think she will also be a good candidate for that list. Tomorrow morning I will be on a conference call with Dr. John Chenoweth and Dr. Verna Minibariot, and we're going to be talking about how that assessment's going to look. So we have students' names, and they are fluent speakers, and we going to be developing an assessment tool for them. And as soon as that's done, we will contact her, and she would be given the opportunity to challenge the language part of this course.
Okay, right on. Okay, so the next question, there was a question about the app or book, which I think was kind of addressed with the website, so stay tuned for the website. Donna McIntyre was wondering if she brought her well, it's a comment, but I'll phrase it as a question. She was wondering if she could bring in her herbariums and twig collection to have people teach them in the carrier names.
Awesome.
Yeah. And also there was some questions about accessing treaty records for origin stories and other stories. Travis was asking about that, and Leslie Russell was asking about documentation of traditional customs.
There's a lot of customs that Betty Patrick has included in Chastity Kat book. I hear it's very difficult to get a copy, but there's a lot of customs in that book, and there's a lot of very good information. So whenever comes to that, those types of requests, I would really encourage them to try and get a copy of that book. There's a lot of our customs are in there.
Okay. All right. Thanks again for your presentation. We're now over the hour, so we'll wrap it up. And was there any final words? No final words? All right. Thanks again, everybody. Next up, we're going to bring in Shauna May. So we'll just do a quick changeover, and maybe we'll go to the slideshow while we get everything wiped down.
I have some updates before too, Julian, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Thank you. Before we go to the slideshow, just a few updates while we're changing over. First of all, I'd like to congratulate, you guys all know Stephen Patrick used to work for Lake Babine for a long time. Before, I think he was the education director before Monty, right? So he was, and I was in, I don't want to say, I was in high school. I know I'm aging myself now, but he was education director. But his daughter Barb is starring in a Christmas movie, and I think it's coming out, I believe, on November 27th. I don't know what channel, but I just wanted to give a shout out to Barb and Stephen Patrick and his family, because he was with our nation for such a long time, and they're from Stella. So congratulations, Barb, Stephen, and their whole family. So thank you. The other update I had was about the door prizes. There's a lot of people signing in their kids or grandkids, and you guys should be in school. But we put an age limit on the door prizes, especially the big ones. I believe it's for adults only. 18 or 19 years and older. We'll find out the actual age. We appreciate if the kids are there and watching. Great, but we had to make a decision, and that there's an age limit for the door prizes.
One last update I forgot to mention. For the education presentation that was given before lunch, apparently there's been a lot of people wondering why their kids weren't mentioned on the graduation class for this year. So the AGA is actually for the last year's updates. So all the kids who are currently in grade 12, you will be congratulated on next year's AGA. So we didn't forget some of the ones that weren't mentioned for this year's grad class, but yeah, the ones that were mentioned were from last year. So just a reminder about that. If you're wondering why your kid wasn't mentioned, they will be, but they got to cross the finish line first. So we're going to go to the slideshow while we get ready for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back from the intermission. The next game will be 2 lines with 1 wild number. Please, the first number is wild. Got you guys excited, did I? The first winner, we're just doing some door prizes. First one will be a gift certificate, and the winner is Kyle Alec. We'll do it quickly. I see Shauna and Monty are ready, so second winner, Duncan Tom. Tatchet. Good job, Duncan. Next one is a nice hoodie. Nice hoodie. Pat Kraus. Pat Kraus won yourself a beautiful hoodie. Lake Babine hoodie. The next winner is another hoodie. Gift certificate, Barbara Tom. Congratulations, Barbara. I'd like to give a shout out to Jonathan Alec. He won a gift certificate, I believe, this morning, and he donated it to Damian Pierce. So thank you, Jonathan. Good job, buddy. Next one is GC. Ramona Williams. Ramona Williams. Next one's a gift certificate. Gift certificate. Bernie Charlie. Hooray, Bernie. All the way from the Okanagan. Thank you for tuning in. Hopefully it's good stuff. The next one is another hoodie or gift certificate. Stephanie Charlie. Stephanie Charlie. Congratulations. Gift certificate. 3 more gift certificates? 3 more. The next one is Tennille Michelle. Tennille Michelle. Congratulations. 2 more. Diana Evans. Diana Evans. Congratulations, Diana. Don't spend it all in one place. Oh, wait. Steaks are like $30. How many more? 1 more? The last winner or the next winner for GC is Cecile Abraham. Winner all week. Go bingo. Oh, wait, there's no bingo. There's no social distance bingoing anymore. And then the last one. Oh, that beautiful Tallock Fisheries jacket. Oh, I want Julian to draw that one. Tallock jacket, size small. Just kidding, I don't know what size it is. Rose West. Congratulations, you got a beautiful Tallock jacket. We'll be back. Petra and Rosa will be back after for the wonderful big prizes. 1 for each community and 1 for the urban community. So I'm excited for that. Remember, I apologize. No kids. We put an age limit to it, and I know there's a lot of questions about honorariums. There is no honorariums going out this year. It is a virtual event, so there's no honorariums. I just wanted to answer that. I know the questions are getting out there. So yeah, we'll move right into our next presentation. Kind of my I love early childhood. I worked at daycare in Prince George, and that's why I gave out a shout out to Kelsey, because he works in a preschool program in Prince George and teaching Natitan language there. but he's being respectful and teaching Claytley dialect too. So kudos to Kelsey. You know, it's cool. I love early childhood education. It's really my passion. Those the children. They say it's a different day every day. I know that. They you know, they say the darnest things. That's for sure. And I know Shauna and Monty will give a really good update around what's happening within Lake Babine with the early childhood education. We have wonderful stuff happening in each community around early childhood education. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that it is one of my passions. I do have my ECE, so yeah, I'm still talking. Darren is talking to our presenters right now, so I'm trying to be filling in some stuff. No, I know you guys want to see Darren on the camera, but we'll get him on. We'll sneak him on. Okay, so I'll pass it on to Shauna and to Monty. So welcome, and our early childhood director.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and we will be moving right into the Lake Babine Nation Early Childhood Education Department. I'll start off with a brief introduction of our new ECE director, and then this will be followed by a brief PowerPoint video presentation in which Lake Babine's early childhood educators will be introducing themselves, and then this will be followed by my report for the Wyoming daycare, and then Shauna will end with the Aboriginal Service Innovations early years and the exciting things that are happening in each of Lake Babine Nation communities under her guidance and leadership. And so, again, Shauna Alec is, as of July 1st, Lake Babine's early childhood education director, and Shauna brings us experience as a certified early childhood educator. Shauna is also a red sealed chef. So, you know, and she's got all of the credentials that an early childhood educator can achieve. And in addition to that, Shauna has been working towards a bachelor's degree, and which will be coming down the pike very shortly. And so she'll tell you a bit more about herself when we get to her part of the presentation. But right now, what we want to do is to move right into a presentation in which all of our Lake Babine early childhood educators introduce themselves.
Hello, my name is Mary Williams. I'm the YNA daycare manager, in Libya. I have got 8 staff, 4 with their fully qualified teachers, 2 working towards, and 2 with CSFS working here. We are like a great big family working with all the children. We have 32 children altogether, 20 preschoolers, 12 infant toddlers. And I'm here with Shauna May, our new boss, that is doing this. About the daycare, we try to follow all the children from September to June. You get a lot of professional outside help that come in for the special needs, especially this year. We have a lot of special needs children. We have one-to-one workers for them. And we try our best to follow, get all the extra help that the children need. We all are like a great big family here. We have a beautiful playground, and we do teach a language and culture here, as you can see behind me. And oh yeah, and we are a licensed daycare. Wait a second.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Godfrey. I've been working at Leon Daycare for about 10 years. I've been working in the field for 24 years, should be 24 years. As you can see, these children love being around me, and I love being around children, and I love working in a daycare. I've been working with Leon Daycare for about 10 years, and I enjoy my job.
Hadi saya Fiona Wasat ni James Kakachenli Beya Asta Lake Babine Nation 1997 wajan June Asta infant and toddler side saya Asta ini Skakable Habe Abrasli supervisor has the 10 years on supervisors after basic infant and toddler or ECE basic. I have that infant and toddler and my special needs. Last year, I did all that is I did Kakabats in the young cotton gonna have a Jewish that I do ni at that daycare. It was where which is not at the late in the Yakastana Tasaya a like I tentatively Nipacha Yicha Donicha a have used that I UTK in Katanikana so collect with some Josh dog. Like Jane as cock blahning extra help nins and tied out can the North Atahani, Cares Academy, Family Services, Willatak, Robinson, Thompson, any no lay at the last Bitaka do Hayini need that money. I believe that when so badly, like at least cock up at like Jane's cock 12 friendly Jane about the Hablahni, but 3 months and up in the about only up to 3 years old. It's cock about in not Jane like about in oh now that's Tated now I swing like a dish I horn that happen like inside with just a yeast hyena hammock a yeast I had tell it Blahne grip beach stairs Jane Hunzu daycare Jay Chuck it's a Huncha. That has it will like a Jane now it will so Huncha's cock so let's now let me touch at BB Dennis like Delilah Michelle and Nick their basic ECE. One is school handling. This week we will. This last week I did that. Next month it's called out practicum medalli. I think 4 weeks practicum medalli. That next year it at the end light medalli. That anyway so. Okay, this last Victoria which I did that they'll get their basic ECE. I did Masai of this needs in Skakats in the Latva when tons I did say at the end he taught which an honest flat who deacon like so which it's Kakasly which was actually it Nisani Sky who deacon like it was on G it's Skaka Bakasa Skaka not G about Nick which is that not G Yakata it is cock tuck men away chapter of Natalie what's in that cock was older you didn't know it had unconditional love about me now who does that anyway it's like I'm a sign of this Nick I just guys like off have a good week and take care and God bless everybody.
Hi, I am Nancy Pyatt. I've been working in daycare for over 30 some years. I've run my own daycare. I've done Head Starts. And I've got my infant toddler license as well as my 3 to 5 license, and I've got a lot of special needs courses, carry a class 4 license, my food safe, and I look after the children in daycare and with the other staff, and we work as a team.
Hadi, good afternoon. I'm Lana McDonald. I come from Chislata Carrier Nation on the south side of Burns Lake. I am a licensed ECE worker, and I've been assisting Shauna May with her program, the Aboriginal Service Innovations, for almost 5 years now with Lake Babine Nation. I have my doula training, which helps pregnant moms so that I could assist them through active birth and also through prenatal and neonatal stages. I specialize in infants and babies, and that's where I particularly like to be working with the babies. We travel to all 3 communities of Lake Babine, Fort Babine, Tatchet, and Wyoming. We cover all children ages 0 to 6 years old. I love being an outreach support worker. I love to deliver programs to them, like the new baby bags and also the baby busy boxes, and hosting and facilitating the Tiny Tots program here in Wyoming. I work alongside Shauna May, Rita, Katie, and also April. I would like to take this moment to thank the Lake Babine Nation for allowing me on their territory to work for their people and their children. Aweta.
Hadi, my name is Rita Thompson, and I am part of the Aboriginal Service Innovations Early Years team. I've been an early childhood educator for over 20 years and have been working with LBN in this role for the past 4 years. In 2018, I started training in the First Nation Speech and Language Assistant Program with Nicola Valley Institute of Technology. And the goal of this program is to help children who need work in their speech and language development. So I'm very happy to say I've finished all my work in this program, and by the new year, I should be certified. Since I've taken this training, I've become very passionate about language development in children. I've learned so much about it, that their early language development really translates later into their literacy abilities, and it really is helpful for children to learn a lot of language in their own first language. Even children who are bilingual or multilingual have a lot of benefits to that. And so I encourage all that in the work that I do. I'm working right now in Fort Babine with the children, with their speech and language development, as well as the primary grades here in Wyone's schools. And I've had a very positive learning experience, being of service to Lake Babine Nation. I've really enjoyed the work that I've done and the learning I've done. And I hope you have a wonderful AGA. Masaicho.
Howdy, everybody, and good afternoon. My name is Catherine Blackwell, and I currently work for Carrie-Sakani Family Services as the Best Beginnings Early Years Outreach Worker for Lake Babine Nation. What this means is that I have been hired by Carrie-Sakani to provide support to the Aboriginal Service Innovations Program run by Shauna, and as the team, Lana and Rita and April as well. And I'm fortunate enough to be able to service the communities of Lake Babine Nation and all the territories, Touchet, Fort Babine, and Wyoming. So a little bit about myself. I have been working with children and families for approximately 17 years in multiple capacities. A lot of my recent training has been with early childhood education, infant and toddler specialization, and I'm currently working on my special needs component, working with children living with diverse abilities. So I'm really excited and eager to share my information and what I've learned with Lake Babine Nation and the members of that community. I just wanted to take the time to thank Shauna Alec for allowing me to be a part of her amazing team, supporting children and families throughout the nation, as well as the rest of the team. We are doing our best to provide as many educational resources and get as many programs and things going in hopes of providing continual support for the members and families of Lake Babine Nation. So Snaichalia for that. I'm very excited to be in this position. My past positions have included working in daycare, teaching. My most recent was WKE Strong Start, where I supported families in Grand Isle, Touchet, and Wyoming and Burns Lake. So that's a little bit about me. I'm really eager to continue working with all of the communities and territories of Lake Babine Nation, and I'm so grateful that the community has welcomed me with such a warm welcome, open arms. You might have seen me delivering food with the food bank. You may have seen me delivering craft kits to your families. So I am out and about, so feel free to stop and say hello and ask me questions about myself. I'm pretty eager to answer, and I look forward to connecting with each and every one of the families on Lake Babine Nation territory. Snaichalia.
All right. Well, howdy to all the Lake Babine Nation citizens. My name is Shauna Mae Alec. My parents are Chief Gordon Alec and late Mother Roberta Alec. My maternal grandparents are Robert Prince and Bertha Billy from Fort St. James, and my paternal grandparents are Frank Alec Sr. and Elsie Jimmy. I was born here in Burns Lake and raised in the traditional Natutden, Wyoming, and Nak'azdli territories. And I've been an early childhood educator for the past 9 years and working with Lake Babine Nation for the last 6 years as a program manager for the ASI Early Years Outreach Team. As of July 1st of 2020, I have accepted the position for the Early Childhood Director for Lake Babine Nation, and I'm very honored to be representing all children and families from 0 to 6 years old. This position gives me the opportunity to work collaboratively with all the organizations and to advocate to increase the quality care, affordable services, and making sure that all programs are accessible to all the Lake Babine Nation members. I would like to give you an insight of all the services. Well, Monty and I would like to give you an insight of all the services that we provide under the Lake Babine Nation Early Years Services. So I'll give the floor to Monty he's going to be reporting on the Wyoming daycare.
Right, thank you, Shauna. And as I am speaking, we're going to be having a slideshow showcasing early childhood education throughout Lake Babine. So the Wyoming Daycare Center it's been in existence now for over 20 years. It's located here in the Lake Babine Nation Main Administration Building. As you'd heard, it's a licensed daycare offering programming for infant toddlers 0 to 3 years of age, and preschool 3 to 5 years of age. And I often think and reflect on the learnings that I've picked up over the years, and the overall purpose of early childhood education is the holistic development of the young learners. And Lake Babine's first Wyoming daycare coordinator, who is the late Lenora Pritchard, and early childhood educators, when they're program planning and thinking about holistic development, the acronym that has been drilled into my head is PILES. PILES is the physical, the intellectual, the language, the emotional, and social development of the little ones. And so all of the programming is centered around that in early childhood education. For folks that have access to the report, there is contact information for Wyoming daycare staff, for interest in registering children into the daycare and so on. So there's that information there. Now, Wyoming daycare offers programs and services aside from the very qualified staff that we have. We do work in partnership with different programs and agencies. For example, early intervention services, working with the Buckley Valley Child Development Center for speech and language pathologists. If little ones need extra attention paid to their language and speech development, we've got those professionals coming in. Also physiotherapists and occupational therapists. Another partner is Carriers County Family Services, supported child care workers, and the early outreach worker that Ms. Blackwell, who introduced herself. Thank you, Carriers County Family Services. And as well, as you've already heard, and Shauna will talk more about it, the ASI, the Aboriginal Service Interventions Early Team, also provides services to Wyoming daycare children and their families. And I think it's really important that we really stress that it's not only the children that Shauna's other team works with, but it is also the families. So it's holistic plus in terms of the programming that our learners, our little ones, receive. I do want to reiterate, what you've heard in terms of the slideshow. Like, we do have certified early childhood educators. licensing requires that. So we're really proud that, most of our staff who are in the daycare are Lake Babine Nation early childhood educators. For example, Mary, who oversees the daycare center, she's got her early childhood educator certification, her infant toddler special needs and administration certification. And back in the day when we did offer the developmental standard term certificate, Mary did complete some of that programming as well. And, Sissy Godfrey, aside from being a certified early childhood educator, completed the 3 years of the developmental standard term certificate and is recognized as a certified language and culture teacher. Now, it is always important that staff continue to grow professionally, and this year, this week is a red letter week for the nation, and especially for our Wyoming daycare in terms of the staff that work there. I really want to make special mention. The folks that I'm going to be mentioning, they have been working in the daycare as well as going to school. And, this week they are going to be completing all requirements for their certification as early childhood educators. And, this is through Carriers County Family Services. An early childhood education program has been running for some time. These students have had to go over to Vanderhoof. I know that there's been some online learning, so it's been a challenge, but this week they will have met all certification requirements. So I want to make special mention of Delilah Michelle, Phoebe Dennis, and Mike Nolan. Kudos to these three in working and going to school and achieving, their credentials in early childhood education. So I'm really, really happy that this is something that we can share with everyone. Now, the administrivia side of the daycare, it's always important to acknowledge the nuts and bolts in terms of what it takes to operate the daycare, and I'm talking about the dollars and cents. And, we receive, we can call it core funding, but the bulk of our guaranteed funding for the running of the daycare, Prince George Native Aboriginal Education and Training Association administers childcare funding on behalf of Canada. And so our funding the bulk of our funding comes from PGNADA. The annual amount that we get from PGNADA is at $208,000. That amount has been the same since the daycare program started over 20 years ago. And so, and I have to be honest, that's maybe about half of what the actual costs to run the daycare is. And so, with, doing what they can, PGNADA also does provide additional funding whenever and however they can. So if there is slippage and surpluses, and which is not very often, they ensure that whatever extra dollars that they can get to us that can go towards our operations is provided to us, as well as the other licensed daycares, amongst the First Nations that they serve. Another important piece is professional development, and licensed early childhood educators are required to have a certain amount of professional development hours every time they go to renew their license. And, for the past few years, PGNAID has been very supportive in providing us with dollars so that we could send our early childhood educators for professional development, usually in the form of the provincial conference hosted by the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society. Sometimes we have sent folks over to Prince George, where it's closer, where it's cheaper. Sometimes we have used funding to bring professional folks in to provide Pro-D to our staff on site. Another stream of funding that goes towards the operations of our daycare is daycare subsidies that we receive from the Ministry of Children and Family Development. And this is for those families that are eligible to, and they need to apply for these subsidies, which are paid to Lake Babine. Another stream of dollars within MCFD funding is childcare operations, and that is based on the number of staff, that is based on the number of filled seats, and we have to apply for that every year as well. And BC Aboriginal Child Care Society, we've been very appreciative of funding that we've been able to access from this organization, and funds are obtained through an application proposal-driven process. And this past year and this year, we've been receiving funding for wage enhancement funding for our early childhood educators, for minor capital, and and where they can, they also assist us in ensuring that we are able to send folks to their provincial conference, and also getting the hours that they need for their ECE licensing and certification, licensing Pro-D requirements. And so, aside to these folks, and last but not least, Carriers the County Family Services has also been providing support to our daycare for a number of years. They have provided for the salaries of supported childcare workers. That includes Mike Nolan, who, as I'd mentioned, just completed requirements for his ECE certification, as well as for Shawnee Gardner. And Shawnee has also been in progress of working towards her ECE certification through distance learning as well. Now, I just want to end by acknowledging all of our Lake Babine Nation early childhood educators. The early years are the most important. They're the developmental years, and the more that we can focus on their holistic development, there's studies after studies that show, children who have an enriched early childhood, their early childhood development that is enriched with programming are in the long term, they fare far better, as they grow older into, childhood, into teenagehood, into adulthood. And, achievement and resilience is always important. And it's the early childhood early childhood educators that really give our young ones really strong and solid building blocks. And, and to me, it also goes without saying that when we have Lake Babine Nation, NATO 10 certified early childhood educators, by virtue of who those early childhood educators are, the importance of language and culture is something that goes hand in hand. And so we're really thankful to our early childhood educators, and especially with you know, the divisions within the education department, and under the leadership of our new early childhood education director, we're looking forward to, you know, continued success and the continued building of programs for early learners, you know, throughout Lake Babine Nation's communities. I would say.
All right, well, I would like to talk a little bit about the Aboriginal Service Innovations. The Early Years Outreach, it was established in 2016 from a pilot project that Monty and Principal Gary Kluge put together a proposal for. It's called the Home Early Years Outreach Program. And that's when I applied to work with Lake Babine Nation and got hired. So that pretty much entailed me going in my vehicle and doing outreach and going home to home. There was no licensed or any centers at all in the remote communities. So it was just pretty much working from this program from the ground up from 2014. With the help, of course, with the community comprehensive plan that we had, Deanna Nolan shared really good informative information. So that was community-based. I based my proposal on for the Aboriginal Service Innovations through MCFD, and I still abide by them, which are Lake Babine Nation families have the knowledge, resources, and support that they need to help their children develop to their full potential. Children experience positive early childhood in all domains of their developmental, intellectual, physical, emotional, and social well-being. Aboriginal children and families have the enhanced sense of cultural belonging and a connection, as well as an access to a wide range of community and social support. All children and families, including those in the remote communities, have equal opportunity to access services and childcare programs, to have a safe and healthy facilities for families and their children to learn and grow together with acceptance and inclusion. So those are the 5 principles that the Aboriginal Service Innovations abide by, and we do till this day. So just a little insight of all the programs that we have. First, we have the Welcome Wagon program, and we provide diaper bags to full bag full of main essentials to the newest Lake Babine Nation members, along with pamphlets of services in around of the Lakes District. Members can access this for free. It introduces free programs and services to new and expectant mothers and their families. And this program was just designed for us to put our foot in the door and gain, you know, like creating a respectful relationship to the children and families right from infancy, from birth, and supporting the child and family holistically, right from infancy to 5 years old. If you have any, know of anybody expectant moms and is a Lake Babine Nation member, please feel free to call me or email me. I'll be happy to provide them with a bag. This year, the total bags distributed to the new families is 32. 32 little Lake Babine Nation members were born this year. Okay, so my next program is out in the Wendat territory, Fort Babine Child Care Program. It runs throughout the year for ages 0 to 6 years old, and we have licensed early childhood educators that facilitate the program once a week. Bi-weekly during the winter months, it does take a lot to go out program planning and everything, and going out into the remote communities. It's a pretty big step for transportation for us coming from Burns Lake. We facilitate a fun-filled emergent curriculum where the children learn through play. We are truly lucky to have Catherine Mary Love Michelle that is teaching the children and us the traditional language, stories, and songs. So I'm really grateful for Mary to participating and being active in our program. The total families that we service out in Fort Babine are 5 beautiful families. In Tatchet, the Child Care Center, it's located right beside the Trapper's Gas Bar in the admin building. It used to be my late great-uncle, Grandpa Dickey's house, right where my child care center is where his house were. And then the playground was actually right where the chicken coop was. So I grew up in Tatchet as well, so that was pretty cool to make that connection. We have a licensed early childhood educators that facilitate the program once a week. And this everybody that resides in Tatchet and Grand Isle, 0 to 6 years old. During the summertime, we have 2 different programs. It's the Tiny Tots that, due to the COVID, we had to split up because there's so many children from 0 to 6 years old that we had to split it up. And it's from 0 to 3 years old on Tuesdays, and on Thursdays was the Fun Club, which we extended that out to 8 years old. 4 to 8 years old. For the Wyoming Tiny Tots program, the Lake Babine Nation Health Department is contracted through the Canadian Prenatal Nutrition Program to provide monthly workshops to expectant mothers and mothers with babies 12 months or younger. We collaborated with the Community Health Coordinator, Daisy Charlie, and nurses to support this amazing program. The parents enjoy the informative sessions on infant massage and its benefits, cooking on a budget, Halloween safety, postpartum depression, breastfeeding, you name it, we talk about it. Also, they're able to interact with the new parents and families, having that social development between each families and having that connection is a really good piece too. This program takes place at the Neighborhood Learning Center, the Muriel Mold Neighborhood Learning Center, where our early years office is located at. All parents that join, they get a catered lunch, a $50 gift card, and a grocery bag full of fresh produce to take home. And this program is available to all Lake Babine Nation members. The total families that we service from COVID and everything was 15 families. This just started back up as of last week, so it's going to be happening once a month. And thank you to the Carrier-Sicani Family Services. The Carrier-Sicani Family Services that donated their early years center room for the second room for us due to the high volumes of children and families. The Fun Club that we do, the Fun Club was created to introduce our Carrier culture into the community. We have our foot in every daycare in town, the Wyoming Daycare, the Ashurst Daycare, You Are My Sunshine, and the Little Angels Daycare. So we outreach to all of them because we have quite a bit of Lake Babine Nation members in each of those daycares. As well as the Morris William Kindergarten, providing all of the children and the early childhood educators a culturally enriched circle time that includes the Carrier words, songs, animals, and dances. And we use this program called Mow the Mouse, and that's from the BC Aboriginal Child Care Services that provide that program. And it introduces the speech and language sounds and includes the Carrier language in everything that we teach. The total direct service hours, meaning when I say direct service hours, this is like actual one-to-one working with the children that we do, 109 children of Lake Babine Nation that we service. The speech and language assistant, as you heard, Rita Thompson just finished completing her speech and language assistant, so she's certified. Because of the growing need of speech and language support in our nation, we provide individual and small group sessions on articulation and vocabulary. The Story Champ program for kindergarten and grade 1. Children learn to tell stories and explain them coherently. And the amount of children that we service in that area is 35 children. Due to the whole COVID pandemic and everything, during the pandemic we still utilized the funds to build 160 Busy Box kits to distribute out to children and families out in the Lake Babine Nation, Wyoming, Tatchet, Fort Babine, and out of the town Lake Babine Nation members received those kits as well in Surrey, Kamloops, Prince George, Fraser Lake, Fort Fraser, you name it, we delivered them. Each kit had scissors, paper, glue, stickers, gems, beads, laminated carrier words and numbers to learn at home, and also some of the kindergarten readiness activities. And thanks to the Northern Health Authorities, they provided toothbrushes and toothpaste. And then during the whole COVID thing, Carrier-Sakani Family Services, we collaborated with them, and they created this program called the Yankatani Literacy and Cultural Camp Kits for the month of August, and each week had them themed in plant identification and berries, animals and bugs, clans and gathering and harvesting of food. I registered 83 children on Lake Babine Nation territory for the kits, and we distributed them out each week. I closed all the daycares and services as of March to July 2020. When phase 2 came through on July 2nd, 2020, we opened back up the programs with limited of course, 10 people in the building. Fort Babine and Tatchet centers, even though they had, it is considered a family-based program, we had to limit just strictly to children and staff only, making sure that we abide by the safety policies and procedures through the EOC. Of course, we had to do a green light checklist for every single program that the Lake Babine Nation Emergency Operating Center, we had to abide by all of that as well. So I'm happy that we're able to get the programs up and running again. The ASI team has a private Facebook page where we can interact and share pictures and videos during this time. Information updates on local community events, programs and services available to Lake Babine Nation parents and children, as well as scheduled visit reminders to Tatchet and Fort Babine. Even though the pandemic closed all the doors, we kept the one-to-one visits for speech and language pathologist visits with our very own certified speech and language assistant, Rita Thompson, and the SLP worker, Jill Weirs. She works through the First Nation Education Steering Committee. Of course, visiting the children and families through the Zoom meetings. Since our childcare facilities weren't open throughout the pandemic, we collaborated with the Lakes District Food Bank Services and delivered food out weekly to 23 households in Fort Babine. We followed all the COVID-19 protocols and guidelines, delivering to the front porch to each house. With limited services and programs in Fort Babine, we felt the need to make Fort Babine a priority. Considered the main essentials such as food isn't accessible and is very limited. These services were passed on to CSFS family preservation outreach workers, and the total number of children within the whole COVID pandemic, we still managed to service 243 children. I just wanted to briefly let you know who we collaborate with. Collaboration is one of my most important things, just so that we don't recreate something that's already happening, that I'd like to collaborate and make something a little bit more for children and families. So the Carrier-Sakani Family Services, the Best Beginnings early years team, the early intervention, so that's the speech and language pathologist, the physical therapist, and occupational therapists we utilize out in Fort Babine and in Wyoming. The Buckley Valley CDC, actually the supported childcare workers, they actually provide services at the Wyoming daycare. So we have Shawnee Gardner-Williams, Mike Nolan, and I have a job opening for a supported childcare worker as we speak, so a third person will be going in to support the children and families at the Wyoming daycare. The First Nation Education Steering Committee, the speech and language pathologist Jill Weirs, Bulkley Valley CDC, Child Development Centers, the Early Intervention Services again. I'd just like to stress to you about like the SLP workers, OT and PT workers. They are really hard to come by in this territory and throughout the whole province. And I know that there is a couple positions open for at least 3 years. There's a high need of speech and language pathologists. If anybody's ever considering going into education, early childhood education is like a door. It'll open the doors to a lot of opportunities. So that would be really great to have our own SLP workers and occupational therapists and physical therapists. The LINK, the food bank services, they were gracious enough to help us out with the food bank process with the Woodad community. Child care resource and referrals in Prince George. The Lake Babine Nation Health Department, Daisy Charlie, thank you for everything that you provide with Tatchet. She's my go-to gal in anything and everything with contacts with parents. She's vital for the community, and I thank you very much. The Lake Babine Nation School, so what we do with the, we transition from preschool, we do kindergarten readiness throughout the whole year, and we transition them into the kindergarten roles as well. The Northern Health Authorities, information and information sessions, toothbrushes, toothpaste, you name it, health kits they provide, so thank you. Traditional knowledge holders, this is with the Mo the Mouse and everything, like I don't speak and understand very much Carrier, but I do hold a lot of the traditional knowledge holders. I have them on speed dial. I have Marilyn Alec, Mary Love Michelle, Mary Williams, Mae West, my dad, Auntie Betty, you know, like I have quite a bit of people that I utilize for any kinds of stories and stuff like that. Deanna Nolan, the community coordinator for the Human Service Diploma Program through NVIT. She is doing practicum placements right now, and we have one of her students. So it's always nice just to kind of steer people into the early childhood education field as we need more as we progress. So that is everything.
Just to let you know, we are 10 minutes after 3 now,
Okay.
and we do still have a few questions from the chat.
Okay.
So if you had any closing remarks you'd like to get to.
I think that's everything. I covered quite a bit.
Yes, a lot of information, a lot of good stuff. Hats off to you. I know you've really done a lot of work in the years that you've been here, so and you've got a lot of support in the chat, that's for sure. So all of my questions come from the same person, Leslie Russell, is asking, will Fort Babine get more activities for 0 to 4 years as we move forward?
I would like to see more activities. We do have the program. It's just starting, like Community Comprehensive Plan has established this, and this is what I abide by, but the next step is to get funding and to get more early childhood educators, to get more programs and services. So in the long term, that I would like them to be sustainable within the community and having local, with that territory members certified in early childhood education field. But yes, Leslie, thank you for that question. I would like to see more activities and programs out there.
Right on. Next question, also from Leslie. These programs, can they be extended to Tatchet and Fort Babine on a more frequent basis?
Again, like the transportation piece is, one is, again, like the certification for a licensed early childhood educator. I really encourage doing some upgrading and, you know, getting licensed early childhood educators out there. But, you know, like we're only a team of 5 right now. transportation is the biggest thing. We're using our own vehicles out there right now, the wear and tear of the vehicles, the winter and everything, you know, like we try to keep it consistent enough that, you know, we have been traveling out to Fort Babine for the past, 6 years that I've been going out there bi-weekly, and I feel that it's not enough. I always feel like as if I need to give more, and let's hope I can.
For sure. Okay, and also coming from Leslie, perhaps this original support can be used in our isolated communities that have small numbers of 0 to 4, and I'll just throw her last one in there. Can we get a physio out to Fort Babine School, please?
We do have a physiotherapist that is contracted through CSFS once per month. And that is actually for throughout the whole territory of Lakes District, Buckley Valley, and throughout Lake Babine Nation. It is pretty scarce to find physiotherapists, occupational therapy. We just, one just relocated, and so if and when we get our physiotherapists, of course, I'm going to advocate to make sure that they come out to the outlying communities.
All right, well, we need physiotherapists, we need speech pathologists, we need all that, so all those watching, get in there, get your ECE and go down those roads. Lots of jobs there. Okay, thank you, Shauna. And Monty, did you have anything else you wanted to add? All right, thank you, Monty.
Quickly, there's just good kudos to everybody from on YouTube. Congratulations to Nolan, Mike Nolan. You know, there's not a lot of men in this field, and we need more. Again, the birthday girl Phoebe, congratulations, and to Delilah and others who are graduating and working and going to school. It's tough work. So you know, I started with the governance research program in February, and I looked back and I thought back. The last time I worked for Lake Babine was 20 years ago, 2001. I stepped away, and I was actually downstairs at the daycare. I started in '99. Monty mentioned the late Lenora. She got me in to be a one-to-one worker because the one little fella needed a male influence. That's how I got into it. So essentially, I've been in the ECE world for 20 years, and they're still going strong. You know, licensing requirements is quite high now. You know, and kudos to them because it's a lot of work. I just finished working with a daycare, and oh my gosh, 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock every day, and it's hardcore, go. And it's not just, you know, you're not only looking after the kids and teaching them, you actually have to like write down what they ate, you know, those kind of things, what time they entered, you know, and for infant toddlers, you know, you have to keep a record of everything, and it's a lot of work, and I give kudos to the ECE people. We know provincially there's not a lot ECEs in this today, and because you know financially they don't pay a lot of money. I know daycares in Prince George and in Vancouver there was some research, and some parents are paying $1,200 a month on daycare. You know, it's quite high. So I really appreciate what Lake Babine's doing because it's important. Like Monty said, this is the early years are the most important years. I remember a lot of the elders say, you know, the kids were sacred when, you know, and I totally get it now. So, you know, yeah, so kudos to everybody. Again, thank you for your presentation. Great work. I know there's more coming down the pipe, and it's exciting times for the early childhood. I just wanted to shout out on November 20th, it is National Child Day. You know, it's a Canadian, or I think it's international. Everybody celebrates the child and, you know, the rights of the child. So Google it. It's National Child Day. It's on November 20th. So yeah, tomorrow. Is that tomorrow? Oh yeah. Yeah, that's tomorrow. So yeah, Google it. It's good stuff. Yeah, so thank you again. We'll get the stuff cleaned up here for Karen to come in. Thank you. We'll probably see you at about an hour, Monty, for the ending of it. So while we're waiting for the cleaning of the station and Karen to come in, I just wanted to remind everybody there is no honorariums because it is a virtual event. There is no honorariums. The wonderful door prizes, the big door prizes will be drawn here after Karen's presentation. We're only allowing adults. I believe it's 18 years and older. Both Rosa and Petra are writing down everything in everybody's name and keeping. Yeah, so those, that's good stuff. We're excited for that. Might be a good time to get Darren and Matt to show their faces, right? Yeah, come on out. So let's introduce them while we're waiting. Yeah, these are our behind the scenes dudes. They've been doing amazing stuff. They're both there they are. Hello, there's Matt. Matt's this side, and the pink shirt is Darren.
Who you've all
you guys
seen before.
Yeah, Darren's like a celebrity. He's he wants to dance, he wants to karaoke, he wants to do all of that fun stuff. So just to show you guys that they're the tech guys. They've been amazing. They've been doing a lot of last minute stuff for us. Some of the programs would bring in some videos and they figured it out right away. So I appreciate all they do. Yes, I think we can call in Karen now. Maybe I'll get, Julian will go get her. That'd be cool. Thank you. Again, we are running a little bit behind schedule, but we didn't really want to cut out Shauna and the wonderful stuff they've been talking about. We sanitized everything. Karen's just coming in now. She's going to get ready. She's going to choose her spot.
Whatever you want.
Wherever you want. They're all clean.
And you can take your mask off when you get to the mic if you want. They've been sanitized. The chairs have been wiped.
Yeah, so it's good stuff. Just a reminder, we haven't had a lot of reminders today. I know Bonnie Henry's on right now. Please wash your hands, wear your mask, social distance, stay within your bubbles. I heard that, you shouldn't travel too much, try to stay within your own community. So those are the things that have come up this week. So in saying that, it's already 3:20. I'd like to pass the mic over to Karen right away on social development.
Well, another year has passed, and it's been a very challenging and difficult year as we navigate through the unprecedented times of the global COVID-19 pandemic. It's challenged our departments and challenged all of our workers in so many different ways, including program delivery and the ever-changing and evolving government funding programs, criteria, policies, rules, and regulations. It has consumed so much of our year trying to keep up with the ongoing changes in government programs, services, and funding, as well as changing and delivering our programs and services abiding by COVID-19 protocols and guidelines that were put in place to keep everyone safe. On top of navigating through all of this COVID, the Social Development Department has continued to provide essential services as well as regular ongoing programs and services with little or no interruption. This new normal way of delivering programs and services, it takes a lot more time. And it's a lot of work and it's a lot of dedication. So we ask for your understanding. Be kind, be calm, and be patient. We are all in this together. I would like to thank and commend the social development team. They're very extremely dedicated staff, and they work so hard alongside me to ensure that everyone is supported to the best of our ability within our program policies and guidelines. I just want to bring to your attention that currently I only have 4 staff working under my department and myself, and we deliver huge services to the nation. Like the income assistance program is so huge and there's so much paperwork, and with COVID that has happened this year and all the changes with all the government programs, the programs that they're rolling out and implementing and changing, it really affects our department and the way we administrate our program, because everything, all the monies they're distributing and the programs, they affect ours and how the treatment of those and how we're supposed to deal with them. And there's been a lot of delays, and I know and I understand because the government is trying to help people, but the rollout of all of this down to us, and how we're supposed to deal with the funding that they're distributing and stuff like that with our program, it's a lot to keep up with, and it's a lot of work to follow all that and keep up with everything, and a lot of extra work on our part in our department that we normally don't have to do. So I guess that's why too, just, keep in mind we are only a staff of 4 plus myself. The delays of getting information on how we're supposed to deal with the program funding that they're rolling out and how it affects ours. There's so many delays in that, and when that's constantly changing, there's more delays, and by the time it reaches us, it's, we're already trying to administrate for those months, and so it's really difficult. So just, be kind to our intake workers. They are working really hard to do as much as they can to support each and every one of our members and anyone living on reserves. So if you can just keep that in mind and be calm and kind and patient. The income assistance program, Lake Babine Social Development Department received 3 streams of COVID-19 income assistance support funding from ISC. All of this funding has strict policies, rules, guidelines on who is eligible and how the funds are used and distributed. One of the first fundings is the COVID-19 Income Assistance Crisis Supplement. It's a special need, and to date, the committed contribution agreements that are signed to date total that we're supposed to receive in total is $564,300. But like I said, this is very specific funding. We can't, we have to follow guidelines on how this is distributed and who gets it. And so this crisis supplement is in alignment with the province of BC. The supplement is only for eligible adult IA clients on reserve. It's $300 per adult per month, and that was effective from May 2020 through to January 2021. And you can only receive it during the months that you're eligible for assistance, IA assistance. All IA clients that are eligible have been receiving this extra crisis supplement added to the regular monthly IA payments since May 2020. The second pot of COVID money that we've received is called the COVID Income Assistance Benefit. And we've received $189,900 for this fiscal year. It's a basic need, and again, the funding has rules and policies and guidelines on how it's distributed. So this benefit, the Government of Canada committed to support the Income Assistance Program. This benefit is separate from the COVID-19 Crisis Supplement. This benefit is only for eligible IA client family units on reserve, and it's $300 for 3 months for each eligible family unit. So that's not for each adult like the other crisis supplement, it's per family unit. And they can only receive it during the months they are eligible. So this benefit will be issued for the months of November 2020, December 2020, and January 2021 in the form of gift cards. So November was already issued to all the clients that were eligible to receive it. So they will be receiving that as well in December and January. The last COVID-19 emergency benefit that we received was $75,708, and that's a special needs. This funding has a rigorous approval process. It falls under the special needs policy and regulations, and if a client receives the $300 emergency benefit, they will not receive the COVID crisis supplement. So it's very difficult to access this funding right now at this point. And then, so that's the 3 pots of income assistance or COVID assistance benefits that we've received for the Social Development Department. There has been other COVID emergency money, but these are the 3 pots that Social Development has received, and that's the only ones that I administrate for. The income assistance policy, rules, and regulations in this is an extremely large document. In many past reports, I've clarified and summarized areas that support staff have continued to have problems and difficulties with clients understanding the policy, rules, and regulations. So I've continued to highlight a few areas that we continue to still have problems with. So just reiterating that the Income Assistance Program is a provincial welfare program. Lake Babine Nation is only authorized to administrate the program. So that means that we don't make the rules and regulations. So we're only an organization that is authorized by way of funding agreement in Canada to administer the Income Assistance Program within the policy, rules, and guidelines. The IA program benefits for eligible individuals and family units living on reserve in financial need. The purpose of the Income Assistance Program is to provide monthly benefits and basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter. It is a program built and intended to help support a transition to employment. You must look for and use all other sources of income and assets before applying for assistance. IA assistance is a last means, last resort, meaning you have no other resources to access. So what this means is that before you apply for income assistance, you must apply for EI. And if you're not eligible for EI, we need you to bring in a document of proof that you're not eligible for EI. We have to have that on file because we have to show that you've exhausted all your options and that an EI is one of those options that has to be exhausted. So just applying for and using all sources of assistance and resources. Some of the documents that are required to determine eligibility are 2 pieces of ID, 1 primary ID, must be a photo ID, and a secondary ID. We require check stubs, bank statements, records of employment, letters, documents from EI confirming you're not eligible for EI. And then we do some verifications that you're not collecting EI, that you're not collecting IA off reserve. There's shelter documentation that is required. And you sign a rights and responsibility of applications and applicants and recipients. And this is this really outlines your responsibilities to the program, to us, to social development, for us to be able to administrate the program to you. So there are requirements such as bank statements and other financial documents to be on file. And that's for verification purposes and to be able to determine eligibility. Applicants and clients must provide documentation proving this financial need. It's part of the client and applicant responsibility to disclose and provide any information and documentation required to determine eligibility for IA. So that's basically summed up my report. And I just wanted to go over a few dates that are coming up in the future. We have Christmas hampers that are going to be delivered in December. Tatchat is going to be delivered on Monday, December 7th. Fort Babine is going to be delivered on Tuesday, December 8th. And Waiani is going to be delivered on Thursday, December 10th. We have also set dates for what was known as the community Christmas dinners. So dates have been set, and but this is going to look much different than other years due to COVID and the guidelines that have to be followed. So details will be coming out on how that program will look and how it'll be delivered to the communities. You know, right now, what we're looking at is door-to-door delivery of a Christmas dinner and the gifts. So that will be, details will follow. We'll put that out there on how that is going to look for each of the communities this year. So Waiani is set for Friday, December 11th, and Tatchat is set for Monday, December 14th, and Fort Babine is set for Thursday, December 17th. And just so everybody's aware, Income Assistance Day is December 1st, and then for January 2021, because the office is closed, but December 31st is Income Assistance Day for January 2021. And I think that about sums everything up.
Perfect. Thank you. I do have a couple questions, one from YouTube and one that was text to me. I'll go with the text one first. It's from Rosie West, asking why don't they give cash to elders for elders' Christmas gifts? Many things we get, we don't use. So I don't know if it's a question or more of a comment, but I don't know if you want to answer to that.
Well, the income assistance program is, the adult care program, which she's referring to here, is a program really designed to help elders stay within their homes for a longer period of time rather than going into care homes. So the program is actually meant to assist members with things like cleaning and things like that. The elders' gifts have been something that has been done over the past. The program actually doesn't have the funding normally to continue something like this, but because we only receive about I can't remember the exact figure, but it's about 130,000, 125,000, and it's very little when you consider employing that many people with that kind of a budget for home care. In the future, the elders' gifts probably aren't even going to be there anyway, and we aren't allowed actually to give cash, so that is another thing. So.
Okay, and the question on YouTube was essentially the same question, Beverly. You asked that. I hope that answered it about they're not allowed to give cash out. So because Beverly's question was, are they giving gift certificates, and why? Reason for that is within her mom's community, they do not receive the certificate, they give them the money. So, and they want to buy clothes and go to another store for food. So I feel that was the same type of question, and I think you answered it, unless you had anything else to add.
Well, it's just they might have been accessing different funding. There is the COVID supplement dollars that were provided to the nation. So that's also designated to support elders' needs and stuff like that as well too, or food or whatever. And that's not my program. That's a different pot of funding. So it depends on where they're accessing that money from.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if there's any on Facebook.
Yeah, I had a few on Facebook. Leslie Russell, qualifications outline. Are they available on the government website?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Qualifications, are they available on the government website? I'm not exactly sure. That's all she said.
Qualifications for income assistance?
I think so.
Yeah, the ministry stuff will all be on the ministry website. And basically our program is a mirror of the ministry program. It's a provincial program. Ours is no different. We mirror that program. So any guidelines they have are guidelines we have.
Okay, and her follow-up question, can people apply for these funding directly to province?
What funding?
I don't know. I'm just basically
Co-
copying and pasting off the chat
Okay.
onto the Word
Okay.
document.
Well, normally, any funding that you apply for, you're applying for it on behalf of an organization, not as an individual. So unless you're applying for any of the COVID benefits on your own, yes, you can apply for. They've recently changed all of those COVID benefits, and they all fall under the EI program now, which earlier, when COVID first hit, they were separate. They were done in a total different department, and now they fall under the EI program. So the EI, there's EI, and then there's 3 other COVID benefits under that. So when you apply for EI, it just goes through the process from there. So.
Okay. All right, well, that's it I have for questions. Thank you for your presentation, Karen.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. And to Beverly, I will ask that question about the COVID money and bring it to those that could answer it, and they'll get in touch with you. But thank you again, Karen, for coming in. Great presentation. Sure, if there's any other questions, you can email her. Her email is on the website, lakebabine.com, or just phone the office. They'll contact you. So thank you again, Karen. I hope you have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. That's pretty much it. Well, other than, I don't know if anybody wants to hang around for the door prizes, but I don't know. What do you guys think? No? I don't know. Yeah, we might need to take a quick break so we can gather everything together with Rosa and Petra, get all the door prizes ready to rock and roll. I'll just like to mention that all the information's on the website, lakebabine.com. Carrie has been putting everything on there. There's a housing survey, a health survey for housing, the governance survey is on there. All the booklets are on there. There's one for health, there's one for natural resources, and one for the main AGA booklet is on there. Just a lot of information on there, a lot that has been happening. Oh, it looks like they're coming in now, so maybe we don't need to take a break. And I'm not sure if Gordy is in to do the closing remarks. He's on his way. It gives us time because there's 6 main door prizes, 1 for each community and 1 for the urban crew. We'd like to thank everybody for coming and listening in, either through YouTube or through Facebook. I'd like to give a shout out to Top of the Line Catering for keeping us fed throughout the whole week. It's been amazing food. And all the people behind the scenes. We showed you Darren, we showed you Matt, Rosa, Petra, Monty, the administrative staff. I'd like to thank my co-chair here, Mr. Julian. Sa yestek la outak utala la honestay no kanek yiinsan masay badesni kan Julian. Saat ni la but co-chairsly honestay out 3 years but balasta Jane la outin wakat zanin la masay badesni. So thank you. We will I'll hand it over to Julian, see if he has any words. I know we'll probably do more words and thank yous in a bit, but if Julian has anything to say, I'll pass it to Julian.
Thank you, Darcy. Just thanks again to everyone behind the scenes. This was a different year for sure. I mean, it's always a lot of work to put on the AGA, and there's always a lot of people running around behind the scenes and giving us updates and all that kind of stuff. This year, it was mainly the 2 awesome guys behind the counter there with Blake Productions, Matt and Darren. You saw them before. Come back. Come on. Come show it. Come on back. Give the camera another wave.
Gotta put on your masks.
Okay. Yeah, thank you to these guys. There's been a lot of last-minute presentations handed to them, last-minute videos. There they are. Yeah, known these guys for a long time. They're good guys, really helpful, figuring out problems on the fly. So thank you to them. Thank you to Rosa, Petra, all the staff, Monty, everybody. Oh, come on back. You here?
Monty and Rosa, you want to come to the camera?
So yeah, it's been good. It's been interesting. It's kind of, I don't know, it's weird doing it without the audience there. We're just talking into a camera. There's no feedback or anything. So I read one comment on Facebook about how everyone looked so unenthused. And if you were here talking into the camera, you'd understand why. It's kind of weird. I feel like Garth on Wayne's World. Just, Anyway, we're going to do a little presentation here to our guys. right back.
We can't. This is our speaker.
Oh, they're fired.
Check, 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 check. All right. So on behalf of Lake Babine Nation Council, administration, and the nation overall, we really do want to acknowledge and thank Blake Productions for the as all that you've done in terms of making this virtual AGA a reality, and it's been a steep learning curve for all of us, and we all did the best we could. But we do like to, Lake Babine is known for thanking folks that at times like this. So we have a print and a hoodie for Matt. Thank you very much.
Right on, thank you.
I bet you there's a standing ovation now and
right now, yeah. Everyone.
All right. And this token of appreciation is for Darren Masaicha from Lake Babine.
Thank you so much.
Darren.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Okay, and we've had two individuals that have been here well before the day started, well after the day ended, and really want to acknowledge and thank our co-chairs. You know, it's tough to chair at the best of times, and you know, with the new way in which we've had to hold this AGA, we really want to acknowledge and thank our co-chairs. So, Darcy Masaicho.
Yeah. Thank you.
They are very heavy, and I believe these are gift baskets that were made by Elder Beverly Michelle. And so this is for you, Julian. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ooh. Have a picnic later.
I bet you it's a standing O for Julian. Thank you, Julian.
You make me blush. Damn, I see lots of traditional goodies in here.
Thank you,
Christmas
Beverly.
came early. Masai Bepli.
Yeah. We could do urban first. Hands up for urbans. Huh? Oh, Deputy Chief is gonna make the draws for.
Whoa, for who?
Oh, is he gonna talk first?
No. The big draws, and then Derek will say closing remarks.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, now the moments you've all been waiting for.
Oh, I'll draw the urban for $500. I can't look. Oh, I saw my name on there. I'll let Julian do the honors. I didn't even look.
All right, the winner of the Urban $500 gift card. Didn't even have to ask for a drum roll. Arlene Michelle.
Yay!
Congratulations, Arlene.
Congratulations, Arlene. Oh, Tachat, my people, I love you guys. I'll pick a good name. Oh, wait, my name's in there too. Oh, wait, I'm not even gonna look.
Okay.
Julian can do the honors.
The drum roll section. And the winner of the $500 prize, not cash, it's a gift card, I believe. A shiny new expensive gift card, Corey Leon.
Yay! Congratulations, Corey.
Congratulations, Corey.
Oh,
Next up, Fort Babine with that.
The smaller thing, so I gotta see.
Ooh.
I don't even look. I'll give it to Julian. can do the honors.
Okay, and the winner of the $500 piece of plastic, Kayla Williams.
Congratulations.
$500.
Old Fort. Oh.
Old Fort.
Old Fort. Oh, wait, I saw my name in there too.
Okay, drum roll for the Old Fort. $500 GC goes to Felicia Alec. Congratulations, Felicia.
Congratulations, Felicia.
You just won a $500
and
brand new
is this one
shiny
Wyoming?
GC.
Oh, Donald's Landing, Pinkett.
Donald's Landing and Pinkett up next.
Such staff.
I can hear my voice echoing in the background somewhere.
I didn't even look.
Marianne West. Congratulations.
Good job, Marianne West. Congratulations. Oh,
Okay, and the final one, Wyanie.
Oh yeah, I'm picking a good one.
I think I saw my name in that one.
I gotta grab one. Yeah. Oh, I missed it. Oh, my name's in there too, and Julian's.
Okay, the final winner, the $500 gift card goes to none other than Tyrone Abraham. T-Bone.
Congratulations, Tyro.
T-Bone steak. Congratulations.
Congratulations to all our winners. Don't spend it all in one place. Oh, you can, I guess. It's yours. Congratulations.
Do they want to close it off first and then I'll go? No needs at the door.
Okay. Let's say thank yous.
Sure.
Yeah. Saiway out Masai, no Disney, Monty, Chief and Council, Petra, Rosa, Top of the Line Catering, Zio, Masai, no Disney. No ni Zio, Lake Babine members, no ni we, Tapi Masai, no Disney. Then Zio, staff members, directors, anyway, Tapi Masaya, but Disney. The update only all week. The information fly when ni like no ni Masai no Disney no Zulzai. Outseen but Mende no Disney the outseen Honesty then Julian but James stay la wasane stay head out qua the no connect yins and la adaka yes la Masai but Disney. Then Blake Productions anyway. Tapi Masai no Disney. I'd just like to thank everybody, Monty and the Chief and Council, all the administrative staff, especially Rosa and Petra, Top of the Line Catering, Blake Productions, and all the members who tuned in the last 3 days. A lot of good information, a lot of good updates from the past year, a lot of exciting visions that are coming out that's going to be implemented within the next 5 years. I'm excited for Lake Babine. We're moving forward. So yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody and try to remember to stay within your bubbles. I heard there was more. What do you call that? Bonnie Henry put more. It's mandatory now to wear masks inside a building. I heard that you have to stay within your own 6 group and try not to travel. Stay within your community. So those kind of things. I just want you to kind of look out for each other. Wash your hands. Wear your masks. Social distance. Wear your. What do you call that again? Stay within your bubbles. Be safe. Sacha Baotli. be kind. Nakusli is a tohne, be calm, and sacha nohli. Be safe. So thank you, Masai, for everything. I'm going to enjoy it. Thank you, Beverly, for the wonderful basket full of goodies. I'm going to really enjoy it. So thank you. I'll pass it on to Julian for his final remarks. Masai Cho.
Right on, Masai, Darcy, all right. Kwa Masai, Tlani, Nilti, Watsanno, New Clan. Masai, Dai Gordialek, La Deputy Chief Derek McDonald, Masai Monty, La Emma Bathabea Dahni, Masai, Band Office at Dahni, Tiof Masai no Disney, Saleo, Kwa Masai, Darcy at Denway, Masai Disney, Stok Masai Disney, Shkana Kitsura, Masai, Top of the Line Catering, Masai, Blake Productions, anyway. Masai, just everybody, thank you for this opportunity to serve you guys again. It's always fun to do the AGA. You know, I missed everybody's faces this year. It's, I feel kind of like I'm not that funny when you guys aren't here. Just talking at the camera pretty much. It's nice having everybody there, cracking everybody up, you know, having the full community feeling. But I'm glad everyone was tuning in on the chats and on YouTube. Thank you to all of the support staff behind the scenes. Thanks again, Blake Productions, some of my buddies over there. Thank you to Top of the Line Catering, to Beverly for putting these awesome baskets together. Masai, to Darcy, it's always good to work together with him. Petra, Rosa, all the support staff. Thank you to my grandma who's been teaching me the language. I actually don't really speak this fluently. I've just been getting my grandma to help me out. But I'm getting there. Compared to last year, I understood a lot more of what was being said in presentations, so it's a good feeling. I encourage everybody else to just start learning. You know, it's good, they say, learn at home. If you can encourage your grandma or grandpa or parents or whoever to start talking to you, just like they're saying, even simple things. I know it sucks starting to learn something new. Like, I felt so useless when I started learning the language because I couldn't understand anything. But, you know, you get there, so I encourage you just to start. It's like anything, starting new, it's always the worst part, taking the first few steps because you just want to be good at it. But just, you know, be patient, be kind with yourselves, like Darcy said. That's, I think, one thing everybody needs to really work on is not being so hard on themselves. I know myself included. So thank you to everybody who kept us busy again on the chat, asking questions and all that. Yeah, I think I've pretty much wrapped it up. Just thank you again for having us back for another year, and I'll turn it over to Monty and our Deputy Chief for their closing remarks, and we're just waiting on the Big Chief as well. Awite.
Okay, just a very brief closing remarks on behalf of Lake Babine Nation Administration. I really do want to acknowledge and thank all of the folks, program and department heads who have come forward with reports, and you know, it's been a very different AGA, as we've been saying all along. And I also do want to acknowledge and thank each and every Lake Babine employee for, you know, the contributions and the work that you do for the nation. And I also do want to acknowledge and thank the leadership for, you know, ensuring that this AGA has gone on. You know, it is always important that reports are provided to the membership, and, you know, it's been a very creative year this year. And last but not least, I do want to acknowledge and thank all of the nation citizens who've been able to participate in this AGA through this virtual format. And you know, thank you for taking the time asking the questions that you have. And, you know, we're going into more restrictions in terms of COVID-19 and this global pandemic. So, as Darcy said, you know, be safe out there, be kind to each other out there, and take care, and hopefully we will be able to do things in a different way. Otherwise, we'll be looking at this as a learning experience and how we could improve on, you know, the last 3 days. So, I would say Masai Cho.
Hallelujah. So all times not lyrics like Wahanesen and no die Jane got office day off phone can it like Jane nit talk no tadels la anyway kaka no deni Wakaninsen. Chacho electric deni deni no zuha dilsai Jane annual general assembly. So know what it ends is nitkai no be I nitkai tabbi Messiah but Disney. Darcy, la Julian, Jane, no tadilsa. Last year, what's that day? It day with no leata. Outleys, Jane Hotsana, no outlet like the dance. I know what is neat like any no be aetla. Tapi saw at it wakai outleys jata, but that la it knee, but that it speonzu outleys Jane. No zuhtan, no nan, no zu, no zu. La no leata. Tepi Messiah but Disney Darcy Julian at then Jesus outside. Outlays membership abatli out like Hotsana Wakus no ikla Debbie Messiah no Disney. Dini no beata ni Lake Babine Nation Zio Biu ta no beata kanino directors no executive director with no Zuste Monty Palmatier. Lazio, Biuta, Aitlata. Anyway, Tepi Messiah of Disney. At then, Lake Babine Nation, do it then be Bakatsnes Nistit, Outleys. At then, Tsanawatsabe, Jesu Aitlai, Outleys, no Beata. Lake Babine Nation members, Enia no Abeata. At Outleys Jane, Office about Denates at the La Tlatlinet at the Kla Batsutni, Messiah, the Eten Jesu, Canino membership Abe Outla, Outlays at Outton. But what's that the notarels at the council Tlatlinet at the Kla Zutni. How the Eten Tsanawatsabe Foundation Agreement Kanino membership but yes that la what's that day out there that's at me. At then Jesuits is that till Wakazinson. At council Tlatlianet la Kani Outleys Cots Hall, Fort Babine, Tatchet, Vancouver, Smithers, Prince George, Abadenet at la Abatlies at the then Taxadet chat. Jesuit deadly to Wakazinson. What's that day? Why it's at the outlays at the Sunye Lake Babine Nation notes, so it's hard at Kani Indian Affairs or Iskabatni, Indigenous Services Canada. Sunye notes, Ulea, so duly, that's the Tlai Whitson. Kay Altams be Bakatlays that lays out Spesa Whitson. It waka 2016. No Victoria, it says the council tabat kani any abadai any abamudi lakan Indigenous Affairs Minister John Rustad but meetings and lapatsat need okay aten kai Lake Babine Nation bakatsnes nisi laisa no besa Whitson eto ka Jane Victoria utsatse need lan yet is that so wakas ninsen the then ulitsana anu no besa and then at then it by is that like it waka out indeed kai on the correctly daket Tsan hor kani biu ta no tari tsal di computer katste bakatsatta. Ta tlatline tsal tegeta etsatsatni kai foundation agreement help signed dasni di sakan yektak dasni anu nisnilta Zanawat at en Jane Lake Babine Nations and it kai sunye so tlai witsen so duoli the charts and out agnano anok no members zahnaz at etoka abat zrindi la bat yestalti la batsatni haqqa di tio so then so no besa witsen Canada we no be slide do it then bakano and do it then be Zahno zet so Jane ladap zo pa yizdet et wacha editsache et wacha daqa trots hall kai das last science das ne sak Jane council abatasiste la den so na clan ba nisneset so no besa witsen et wacha editsens wat neten die dede willowsally COVID-19 ayetni welo salita et katse kwaze Lake Babine Nation Council kani biuta no beata ni kani foundation agreement no be I need any no tanes that la kwat la sines that zanawat at en wat neten jesuits that wa not is that it's a waganasen taten 3 days out Jane, try be in the education, social development, economic development, fisheries, administration, finance. Tlani no nuki when Tlani out Lake Babine Nation no beata. The foundation agreement science the chaw jobs, tlani jobs, such orders cut. Munesadeni, etans, besans. Say the foundation agreement have edisha, that's the social assistance, but the slash that's the utak out owning. So special witsen, etwaka have is teacher. Dini, Monty, but directors, Biutano, Beata, and Lake Babine Nation. Tachat Fort Babine. Outlays at the end Jesua itla any tabi Messiah but destiny. Abdizak tights ya biuta no beata. At the end with Nathan outlays Jesua itla etoka et nibets endly. Etoka tlani out biuta no beata et jatabets endly. With Nathan qua no denes et with Nathan die dede willowsel stanets out die wa beansen kan I outlays tlenet at outlays phone kat biet at outlays ka email bakats atni tlayat alata et kara so wesas kai aten no nesetsai takzedelchel zio tlani bakaunse des etwa ka jene etsatni Kani mende yet kai no kanak so I told that le tanawat yetat tak any udu le beans and what letten ladap kat ni det latlani udu del Karene kana ekle katsana outlays the doctors nis deal kani no elders biuta no hoindil et hatsana de no atliet Et waka kai hatsuna no atliek la kani biuta which azit sai kai nito kana les dusniles zio no beata zio in office adit sai zio no this computer kat no ni aber noch len Messiah aber Disney I mentioned in my own language that I want to thank first and foremost Monty Palmatier, who is our executive director here at Lake Babine Nation, and all of his directors and the people that work for us here at Lake Babine Nation. You guys are the most important and vital pieces that we have here at LBN who work for us that make the business work here at Lake Babine Nation, to make sure the services that we provide for our membership, the opportunities that is given is there, and to make sure that the guidelines and protocols are followed in regards to making sure that business is moving ahead. Those are the people, those are the workers here at Lake Babine Nation that are high on my pedestal. I appreciate everything that they do for Lake Babine Nation. I appreciate everything that our directors do on a daily basis to make sure that the business runs smooth here at LBN. And I know there are a lot of people that I read about it, that are not happy about what's happening here. That's why I spoke about the foundation agreement. For me, being in this position, I got tired of administering the funds, the so little funds that we have here at LBN. It is like poverty level funds that we're administering here at Lake Babine Nation. In the fall time, when the foundation agreement was signed, it gave me a new sense of hope. It gave me something to look forward to, something positive for our future here at Lake Babine Nation. When Canada and BC signed, it made me want to keep what I'm doing right now, keep going ahead with the business to make sure that Lake Babine Nation membership keep moving forward with the positive opportunities and things that are coming about that are going to be on the horizon for LBN. Monty Palmetier and all of his directors, the new ones that are coming aboard, have their work cut out for them. The Lake Babine Nation Council have their work cut out for them to make sure that the population within Lake Babine Nation start thriving again. I see the social assistance papers going higher and higher every year. That doesn't sit well with me. I see the education piece that's going to move ahead here. For me, when this foundation agreement was signed, it's the education, skills, and training that's going to be important for me to make sure that people have careers instead of part-time jobs. That's what we want. Earlier, somebody talked about the DSTC program that happened. Look at all those people that were sitting up here with master's degrees. That's what we want for the future. And that's what we're going to be embarking upon. And it's thanks to this man sitting beside us here. It's thanks to the directors that are working for us that's making all of these positive changes possible. It's very important that when this COVID is over and done with, I know that people are talking about a vaccine already, but that's still long ways. It could be next summer before it's made available to not only BC, but in the world itself. There's still a lot of tests that have to be done. When that is done, the directors, the chief and council, the people that hold the different portfolios will be going back into the communities, making sure that the information is out there for people to know what's happening with the business here at LBN. And I'm looking forward to that. What I'm not looking forward to is the election that's coming up next year. Elections do bring out the worst in people. Elections do bring out the best in people as well. But I know for certain that every seat that gets filled up here, those people have intentions that will better their communities, this First Nations, and the future of Lake Babine Nation. So, in closing of my remarks before the chief comes on, I just want to say this. I thank you to the people that work for us. I thank you to the directors that work for us. I thank you to our executive director who's sitting beside us and the people who are behind the scenes. Rosa Johnny, Peter Bays, top of the line catering. We have Carrie Alec that's on communications here with us. The people that are making this possible, our first ever virtual AGA, Matt and Darren from Lake Productions. And the people that are sitting right here, Julian and Darcy, I really want to thank them for accepting this position every year when the AGA comes around, because they have the hardest job when it comes to an annual General Assembly, and this is our first virtual. So I just want to say thank you to the membership for being involved, for looking in on the computers and YouTube and Facebook. Thank you very much, and we'll do our best and what we can to make sure that the information gets out there. So thank you very much. This is Chief Gordon Alec here, who's here. He will do his closing remarks. Masaicho, out.
Thank you, Deputy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Denise, Zakaze, Skaise, members of the Lake Babine Nation, boys and girls. This concludes another year of the AGA. Totally different from a year before, how things have changed. I want to start off with my own language like Derek did. Always like our language. It's kind of exciting to report to the members in that way. Di kai Janet and Sadichere. Tabi also on den mandi Derek Deputy Nosni. Tabi Satan wa out it is. Tabi Satan so no how and desi. Di eten Tabi cha on inly. Sa lay says Lake Babine. Kai di quaditi I will quabas with it has it. It will on say own inly. Kai Mokasli is why it extra qua. Di secho tani Jane no peat ani. Tabi Messiah by this knee. Tani Jane staff Monty, Kamandi Ayuzi, Denizio, no Secretary Petra, Rosa, Deni Mendizio, Jane, this last pass was Taten Zine, Jane, Northeast, Kabi Honzo, Qua, Yen Sanin, that Tabi Taten, ye, wow, Nezit. Latin Otsana Wayin is Deldi, Mande, in Derek Chain Wayist. Awa Anzai Tabi Di Jane Didi Awan do so Sadiche, out you, Ayuzi on say. Next year, Qua Oya las Zetas. Kai no ni no Sano Kazan Desi, it's a year. Otsunazi, Claire Duxol short. The Kai Foundation Agreement, Derek Rayistik. 2016, like, what did then? Kai out. Taka di the last signs that say, ay. So, bakat di, what is the debt is one a chair. Di mende nos ni di pinorat li ni kai tabi astam tabi salay sasli ang chief and council kai Jane hadis sa ni dadin di lahat ni di audesla abas yets ostek di kazo di Jane kai British Columbia awit ni Jayan katsawit ay dani Canada la BC ledap pe no zuhnit la adil say ka otsanaze settel tabi wa unazat on say la tabi wa will ni on say di dani atahni tabi masaya bidasni Doug White Betty Patrick Verna Powers. Och the council was saying anyway, it's you, Masai no, this ni, BUD starts out say, AGA in the Wilf Adam. Anyway, masay ni Disney. Tabi di sana nasindel kay hutan honzo so udes sa wakas so udes itla so as deni. Di kaya no kahit Disney skak kaya Jane 50, 40, 30 o has Disney. Any habitsan si kaya no Disney habas yeuchtek. Di mende education deans and si nakwa o de dele wa habas yeuchtek. Habadohni nis nak out wa o diten no niwe hot stuff di. Hot na no so ka as nins. Di tabi Latin qua jin sa denes that the tabi qua di qua tabi dede on say hosli on say di kaya onsen sana jin asatni las yenit salde hosna je odeni tabi masai wakas qua tani jin kai na peo ni skaitin mendia ba no la ni to anyway masai habitsatni Blake production Matt la Darren masai hoe de klee Steve sa tani skak jenas ka Darcy Julian masai no satni Yabi so ayokten tani kwa Jane no zuhnani stil Petra Rosa ni kama ed och närläs no pinärläs masai top of the line catering Carmen Charlie Rhonda masai tas zu ai in there. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to stand for this if you don't mind. It is an honor to be here, and another AGA has now been completed. It is very exciting. At the same time, it's very nice to know that things are moving ahead. In the past 3 years, since you've elected me in, each and every day we've strived to get ahead with this foundation agreement and other things, amongst other challenges that the government has given us. And like the deputy said earlier, it has always given us a challenge in where not enough money is being divvied out with the nation itself. For far too long, as I've stated before, all members are inclusive. And one of the things that really come to mind is when it comes down to doing business with Lake Babine. It is very heartening to hear that we have more and more workers coming online that will be carrying this torch, so to speak, into the next generation. In the past few months, I've been advocating for the younger generation to start getting involved. I witnessed this down south and back east, where it is now given the opportunity for the younger generation to start participating, whether it be administration or in politics. It's vitally important. And one of the things that we must not forget, that we're all still like Babine, and that we're all still standing strong together, and like to see it that way. The past 3 days, you've seen the presentations of each department. And that'll be a yearly thing that's happening every year. But the progress in which Lake Babine is headed, I'd like to really hone in on, especially at this day and age, I should say, because of the fact of the biggest challenge, COVID. I would like wholeheartedly to stand before you in a crowd like last year. It was fun. It was a lot of fun, seeing all the members having fun. But having this to face is very challenging. And at this point in time, it's really very hard to do actual business, whether it be afar or locally. But let's not forget one thing, is that each and every member that's listening here tonight, it is very encouraging in the land of politics or in administration in any nation to be facing all these problems. But with your cooperation and continued education in what's coming down the line with the government is vitally important. Gone are the days when we could sit back and just say yay or nay and that was it. Those days are over. It's becoming more complex in the forest industry and industry itself as to deal with government and themselves as it is now. And I have to announce that we are now being listened to, and we continue to carry on that torch onto the next generation. Before I get too far, I'd like to really do some acknowledgements. First and foremost, to our chair for the past 2 days, Julian Brown, Darcy Dennis, Masai. Thank you very much. You've done a wonderful job. I'd like to also thank Matt and Darren back there, Masai. Another year for Blake Productions for a job well done. A little blooper yesterday I heard about, but we learn as we go along. First time virtual, so I heard about that later on. Also to the behind the scenes individuals, Pecha Bays and Rosa, thank you very much for doing all the running around. I know Matt's been running in and out down the hallway and getting information so the directors can get their job done. I'd like to also, if I did not, top of the line, Carmen Charlie and Rhonda George for the food. That was great, awesome. I think I gained 5 pounds over the 3 days. And once again, to all the directors and the staff especially, I would like to really thank. When you become a leader, in my opinion, as an individual, and in my personal experiences in the past 43 years of working for a company, you surround yourself with professionals. You surround yourself with people that will do the work. You surround yourself with a personnel that'll back you up 100%. And that's what's been happening for the past 3 years. I've endeavored to call on the team, and they work, and they continue to work wholeheartedly, like the deputy said. Each and every day is a challenge. I know we can't please everybody, but at the same time, we still got roofs over our heads, we still got food on the table, and we will come home to our loved ones each and every day, say there's another day. In this world, some are not that fortunate. In this world, it's even rough. And we tend to forget the ones that are forgotten. But at the same time, we work hard and diligently each and every day to make another day much better for the members. That was exemplified this past summer when this COVID hit, with a number of food fish that went out. That was amazing. I swear that fish was swimming down Highway 16 faster than it was swimming down the river. Members got their salmon. That's great. That's community. That's work. Let's keep this work ethics up. And that's what I want to really take the attention of those people that are listening, under 40, under 50, under 30, 2020. Whether you just got out of high school and you're just listening to this, I got a good message for you. Get involved. There's employment up here, and there'll be more employment. There's career, education you just heard. There's careers that'll be saddled onto. And you'll be happy to know you'll be working for your own nation rather than a 9-to-5 I've been at personally for 43 years. Not that I regret it, but I'm still here. But never mind that, but at the end of the day, kids, you got to get involved and really do something with yourselves. After graduation is a time to explore and expand your knowledge. Education is key. Reflecting on the past year, I know 2020 is pretty well a write-off for each and every one of us. Whether it's in business, whether it's your personal lives, or whether you're in another form of committees or work. I like to send a message of being patient. According to what just went down on the news of Dr. Bonnie Henry's comments today, it seems like we're back into phase 1. And that's vital, negative news that anybody wanted to hear. I can't say it any clearer. For traveling to and from, it is vitally important not to unless it's essential or it's an emergency. Each and every one of us count as a member. Each and every one of us are a matter here. For my team, the Chief and Council, for the staff and people working for us. We are not setting the rules just because rules have to be set. We are setting the rules because of your survival. The numbers have grown so bad in BC. It's scary. And as I look at each and every one of you tonight, your safety is the issue. Your children, your grandchildren, expectant mothers, parents, grandparents, especially the elderly. Please heed the call. And for those that are not, please learn more about it. You should know more about it right now. It is, going back to 2020, been a very tough year. But we must carry on. For those that have lost a loved one, be strong. Be vigilant. And be extra safe. I can't say it any clearer as to what's going to happen in the next few days, weeks, months ahead as we face this most damning pandemic that has ever hit this planet. There is a third world war going on. It's called a pandemic. Even with our losses, we must carry on. I'd like to thank my staff, my team, my deputy, each councillor. the whole staff of Lake Babine, and you, the members, for bearing with me in my darkest hours. Something that we cannot change. But bear in mind, business with Lake Babine and the whole world must carry on. There are exciting times coming, and I'm looking forward as I end my term this year for more exciting times. Each and every one of us should be focusing on this. Let's put down our tomahawks or whatever you call it. Let's all get together. Because one day, my friends, members, relatives, we're going to shine, and that's starting right now. It's up to you. It's up to each and every one of us. Let's be clear, concise, and ever so fair to each other. And at the end, I hope to see more and more professionals on this table, in this office. We need more office space is what we're going to need. I thank you very much, and I thank you once again, the staff, for their reports for the past 3 days. It was an awesome 3 days with learning curves. I'd like to really commend these two young gentlemen and the two behind the scenes over there for fixing the bloopers and stuff. But we survived. Thank you very much, and have a good night, ladies and gentlemen. Members, Denise, Zakaze, Masay, no, Tasni. So, wakana, ikay this year, at the end, kwa daksos chod. Mandi, Tani, sa deputy, we Masay with this ni. Sangaki, 3 years. Backup, says I. Hotsana, when do Dani, I. But at least, ni Hotsana, we. Nesabaleo. No, what is it? Tafte kazedi, Chindai sa Zohtsai. Out it out, Chan, out, Chin, ye, thousand any. So, wakana, Zotlea, no, that. Tabi, no, Kasai, Masai Shaw. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Now you can bite on them sandwiches. You're probably sitting by your TV and the supper's getting cold. So, voila. Good night. Take care.
Chief Gordon. We'll end off in a prayer. Tenez totally. Tsacha. Tenez dadatli. Before we pray, I just want to remind everybody, this is just for now. It's happening in the whole world. It's not just happening here in Wyoming or in just in Burns Lake or just in Prince George or just in BC. It's happening in Canada, the United States, throughout the whole world. It's just for now. So yeah, Tenez totally. We pray in our own way. Anukse. And if you don't pray, think positive thoughts. Sacha bakaninukset. Deni Welo Asli this last year. Please pray for those that have left us this year. Deni Gio, Lake Babine members, Abe Tene Dehutli. Please pray for all Lake Babine members, elders, youth, kids, from all over. Sacha Abe Tene Dehutli. Dini nakwas or boat bill or plane bill. Sacha. Please pray for those that are traveling either by boat or by car or by plane. And think of the staff members here. And then Tio and Jane Ata, any abe, we abakaninu. Please pray for those that are sick, that are in a hospital. Any hospital as they, and that day, anyway, abe tenedotly. We'll just take a moment and think of these things. Messiah, have a great day. Be kind, be safe, and be calm. Messiah.